Councilmember. Councilmember Jackson, if you could just
Here.
please, if you could please test your mic.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. We'll be starting the meeting shortly.
Okay.
So, yep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I call the closed session meeting for December 9th of the City Council of Hermosa Beach at 5 o'clock p.m. Madam City Clerk, the roll call, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Here.
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
and we have Councilmember Jackson joining us virtually per AB 2449. Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy, and Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And now, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment in person or in Zoom?
We did not receive any speaker cards, and we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Very good. Then seeing none, I will close this section and recess to closed session. Thank you. Ready? Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call to order the December 9th, 2025 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:15. Madam City Clerk, the roll call, please. Oh, excuse me. Pledge of Allegiance. Elka Warner, would you lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance first?
Please stand and face the flag. Ready, begin.
All right, thank you. And now, Madam City Clerk, the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Saman.
Here.
You have a quorum, and I'd like to make a quick announcement. In accordance with AB 2449, we have Councilmember Jackson joining us abroad, or not abroad, but at his location for a Coastal Commission meeting. And so, Councilmember Jackson, if you could please disclose whether you have anybody in your room location over the age of 18.
There is no one in my room, period.
Thank you so much, and we will be conducting roll call votes for tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The closed session report, Mr. City Attorney, please provide the closed session report.
The City Council met in closed session for the items listed on the agenda. There are no reportable actions.
All right, thank you. And then on to announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? I have a few, but anyone else? No? All right, well, first of all, holiday parking reminder. This is a reminder that the city is offering complimentary holiday parking through December 25th to encourage people to visit, dine, and shop locally throughout the holiday season. Visitors may park at red-bagged meters along Hermosa and Pier Avenues and other commercial areas of the city up to the posted time limit at no charge. The 2-hour or 3-hour parking limit will continue to be enforced at these meters to encourage parking space turnover. Santa Sleigh Parade and Holiday Movie Night. Santa will be visiting Hermosa Beach on Friday, December 12th. You can find Santa around town during the annual Santa Sleigh Parade from 3:30 to 5 p.m. Check the city's calendar for sleigh route and stops. Join Santa at the Community Center at 5 p.m. for photos and holiday activities. A screening of the film Frozen will begin at 6:30 p.m. Free tickets are available at the city's website. We encourage you to reserve in advance as seats are limited. And then there is the Beach Cities Toy Drive Wrapping Party. This is, by the way, a historic event in Hermosa Beach. We've been doing this for many years. It's a wonderful thing to bring these toys to kids all over the city that need that don't have no opportunity for toys. So this is the wrapping party for that. Toys have been collected for many weeks, and now it's time to wrap them. The cities of Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach are proud to announce the commencement of the annual Beach Cities Toy Drive. The Beach Cities Toy Drive is held to provide toys for underprivileged children in the County of Los Angeles who would otherwise do without during the holiday season. All toys collected go directly to charities who in turn give these gifts to families in need. Help spread the joy by donating unwrapped new toys to the Hermosa Beach Police Station or the fire station through December 19th. The annual wrapping party will take place on Saturday, December 20th, 2025, from 10 a.m. until all the toys are wrapped at the Jocelyn Center, Community Center, 1601 North Valley Drive, Manhattan Beach. Please bring scissors, tape, and any extra wrapping paper that you may have. Let's see. There is one more announcement. I'm sorry, that's not on my list. Let me bring that over here. I'd be happy to add it to it right now. Let me over here. little closer, I can't read that. Sorry. There is one more that I apologize, the staff left off the list, and that is the giant menorah lighting ceremonies. Celebrate Hanukkah as we light giant menorahs across South Bay with music, dancing, donuts, and hot latkes. Latkes? Latke. And at the Hermosa Beach Pier, Sunday, December 14th at 3:30 p.m. Redondo Beach Civic Center at Tuesday, December 16th at 5:30 p.m. And El Segundo City Hall, Thursday, December 18th at 5:30 p.m. Metlocks Plaza in Manhattan Beach, Thursday, December 18th at 5:30 p.m. Manhattan Village Shopping Center, Sunday, December 21st at 5:30 p.m. And the Miramar Park in Torrance, Sunday, December 21st at 5:30 p.m. All right, thank you for that. There is one other announcement. I'll be right back.
Hey, when was that rap party? Did you get that date?
It's the Saturday before. It's the Saturday before.
Okay.
Council, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Kiwanis Hermosa Beach Christmas tree lot is open for business. We have been since the day after Thanksgiving. We have the freshest trees in the South Bay, I'd have to say, maybe in Southern California. I have a special arrangement with a grower in Oregon who does not cut the trees until they're ordered. He cuts them, puts them on a truck, and drives them to us. So those trees are 3 days old when we get them. So you can't find that anywhere in Hermosa Beach or anywhere in South Bay. So please come and visit the tree lot. Santa Claus is there from 4 to 7 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, every week until we're out of trees or Christmas Eve. And then, of course, Santa has a little trip to do, so he'll be busy. But please come and visit. You get a free picture with Santa. There's lots of other gifts and stuff that are for sale there, and the greatest, nicest, freshest Christmas trees ever. And really the good thing news is that it's all for charity. So please come to the lot and help us help other people. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that ends our agenda for announcements.
Great hat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. So on to the, let's see, excuse me, where am I? There. We just finished the announcements and then approval of the agenda on item number 10. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Detoy, a motion and a second by Francois?
Yes, but I would like to move that we remove item 17B, the residential parking program. That was an info-only item that was brought up by two council members. I think they got the answer to their question, so there's really no more action on it. If there is, it could be taken up under future agenda items. So I'd like to move that we remove item 17B.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded to remove it. Any discussion? Okay, then I'll call the question. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy, Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Great, thank you. And now on to the move.
I'd
approval
also
agenda.
like to make another motion to remove item 17F. We got information from staff on the residential parking program, 17B, sorry, 17B, residential parking program. So if there is no action needed on this, we could remove that one from the agenda as well.
17B,
B,
residential parking program.
yep.
That's what you just said, I thought.
What?
You just did that.
You did that, no, you were talking about the other one.
The previous motion, I believe, was 17F.
I'm sorry, 17F, I was talking about, I got them mixed up. 17F is the.
Parking in the electric vehicles parking spaces.
Yeah.
Okay. I am not in favor of that motion, but
It needs a
just matter of
second before we
discussion.
talk.
It needs discussion, I think.
Needs a second.
Right, I'm just,
Oh,
So we did,
Everything first.
just for clarification, we already did 17B and now you're doing 17F.
17F, yes.
Is this item?
Yes, that's correct.
I apologize. I have, the previous motion was to remove item 17F. Is that
B.
correct?
That's
17B
correct. It was
as in,
F. Now we're on 17B.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The
No,
residential parking program.
no.
No.
We already did 17B, the residential parking
I
program.
think,
That was
I
the
think
last
there's confusion. I think we should revote because what I heard was 17B.
That's correct.
That's what we voted on,
That's what you
That's what we
voted on,
voted
but
on?
you're saying,
Now we're talking about 17F.
correct?
is that your understanding? Because it just seems there's some
We
confusion
better take
here.
another vote
You
to
might wanna
make
take
sure
it-
we
yeah,
got the
there-
letters and the
All right,
titles.
excuse me.
So,
Excuse me. We voted on 17B. It was clear that we were speaking about the continued review of the residential parking permit program. This is 17F, is a matter of parking in the electric vehicle
Okay,
parking
just as long as
space.
everyone understands, because it
Clearly
seems.
different. We
Okay.
voted on B already.
All right.
And now we're going to vote on F.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was confused on the two items and would recommend, ask for a revote. I confused the B with the F, and that may have been my mistake, but,
All right, and you would consider revoting, changing your vote, perhaps if you would understood it differently? Is that
no,
what you're
I
saying?
would, my vote for F remains in favor of,
Removing
it disappearing, but the B, I think, needs to be heard.
Okay. All right, so then I will consider going back and revoting on
Yeah,
B.
let's just do that to
If
make
that's
it
the fair thing, absolutely. I
Yeah.
don't want to have any problems with misunderstanding. So let's go back to 17B. Would you clearly restate your motion?
Right. I would like to remove item 17B, the residential parking program, from the agenda because there's information-only item there, and if we agree to keep it the way it is and not make any further changes on those itemized, then we don't need to
Okay,
consider that.
that's clear.
after.
17B is in
seconded.
boy,
Yeah, that's been seconded.
and it's been seconded.
So we are no longer discussing anything related to the residential parking program? Is
No,
that my-
I'm sorry, Ray, at your request and at others' request, that we're going to revote on B, which is the residential parking permit program, 17B as in boy.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's been moved and seconded again, so we're there. Would you like to deliberate at all? On 17B?
No, I was just, no, I thought there were still
Okay.
things to flesh out with regard to our residential parking program. So
Yeah, yeah.
if the majority thinks otherwise, then, okay.
Okay. All right, so let's revote. Madam City Clerk, on 17B as in boy, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes,
Councilmember Jackson,
No,
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy. No. Mayor Seaman,
Yes,
motion carries.
thank you. All right, now your
Now-
second
yeah.
motion.
That would be 17F, which, just make sure we get the title correct here. That is the information item only regarding vehicles in EV spaces, and two council members brought up as an info-only item. We got the answer, the correct answer to that, so there's really no more action on that. So I would like to remove that from the agenda, and if there's more action needed, it can be taken up under future agenda items. So that's 17F.
I would second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Some deliberation. I think it's important that the public understand this. We have received this information in our report, and we understand what happened and what didn't happen, or at least some of us do, maybe not all of us. And I think it's important that the public understand what this is all about and where we are with it. So I am personally against this. I think this should stay in here, and I think we should discuss it. Shouldn't take long, but I think it's important that we talk about it in public, let everybody know what's happening with it. So, having said that, is there any other deliberation, discussion, comments? All right, let's move on with the question then, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
nay.
no?
No.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy. Mayor Seaman,
No.
motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so if there are no other questions or removals, let's move on with the agenda, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, approve the balance.
I'll second that. Madam City Clerk, please call the question.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes,
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Great, thank you. On to number 11 on our agenda is proclamations and presentations. We will have, as first up, 11A, an update by Chief Phillips regarding the November 21st, 2025 assault incident. Thank you for being here tonight, Chief. Looking forward to your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Do a brief update. So as many in the community know, on November 21st of this year, there was an unfortunate assault which occurred near 11th Street and Beach Drive in our city. The incident involved one resident and several juveniles. And as many have seen on news outlets, the video shows that some of the juveniles can be seen kicking the subject, the victim, in the head and knocking that subject unconscious. Officers and detectives did respond and initiated an investigation, and the victim was transported to a nearby hospital to receive treatment. Officers and detectives canvassed the area to start gathering video evidence. And one thing we want our community to know is that our detectives made this a top priority. Our detectives had other operations planned. All of that was canceled so that we could focus all of our time on this investigation, and it did yield some positive results. Detectives met with the victim on Monday, November 24th, and with the assistance of school officials, all of the involved parties were identified. And initially, we reported that there were 5 juveniles involved, so the one victim, 5 juveniles. In fact, there's actually 7, and all of those subjects have been identified. We are also aware of some rumors that some of the juveniles involved were related to council members or police officers or police staff, and those are not correct rumors. There's no information to indicate that anybody involved was related to any city officials, elected, or city staff. On Wednesday, November 26th, we arrested 2 juveniles for the assault incident, and those juveniles were transported to Los Padrinos Juvenile Detention Facility. And as of today, the district attorney has filed charges on those 2 juveniles. And due to a court order, we cannot discuss any further details about the criminal charges or anything related to the juveniles. So at this time, our detectives have interviewed multiple parties involved in this incident, and there's still a few follow-up interviews that our detectives need to conduct to be able to close this investigation. All of the parents of all of the involved juveniles throughout this process have been cooperative. They've all been helpful in this investigation. When all of the interviews are complete, our detectives will be presenting the entire case to the district attorney's office to determine if any further criminal charges should be filed against anyone else involved. During this entire time, our detectives have remained in contact with the victim, who is recovering. We want to thank our residents and our businesses for helping to provide the video, which was instrumental in getting as much information on this case as we could. We also want to thank the school officials that have assisted in identifying the juveniles. And with this incident and some of the concerns from the community, we ask the community to call the police department anytime there's groups of individuals harassing, intimidating any innocent members of the community. If anyone observes something before it escalates into any type of assault, please call the police department, call 911. We will respond. Even if a crime has not occurred, we will respond. We also ask the community, if anything like this is happening, to the extent that anybody can, try not to engage in the groups. If you can walk away, please walk away and call the police department so we can go and make contact. We also want to make sure the community knows that we have a lot of great kids in our community, and the fact that this happened involving this group of juveniles is as unfortunate as it is. We really don't want this to result in good kids in our community being blamed or treated differently by the community. So if there's any kids out there, we're just asking the community to have some patience. But if there is something going on, again, please call us. We will be increasing our presence and enforcement in the downtown and Strand areas. We've already stepped up enforcement on a lot of related violations. In the last week, we've done several operations, and we will continue to do so. We'll be contacting these groups and just having conversations. Again, sometimes they're just hanging out, but having that contact, letting them know that we're there and what's okay and what isn't. We'll be continuing those groups. And just reiterating finally, we encourage the community to call us anytime they see something suspicious that's out of line, And at a minimum, we'll have officers present just to monitor what's going on. So to the extent I can, I will answer any questions, but this is still an open and active investigation, and it does involve juveniles, which requires higher levels of confidentiality. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Chief, very much. Are there any questions of the Chief? Yes, Mr. Detoy.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, non-emergency or 911, where's the breakover point in your eyes? Because, again, kind of two different things. If you see a few folks in a park, do you think that elevates a 911 call or use a police non-emergency? And then who answers the difference? Can you kind of describe that on the response side?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the non-emergency number is for anything that really doesn't need any type of, I won't even say urgent, time-sensitive response. If it's something that, a crime that occurred a day ago, a vandalism or a theft, and it doesn't require an urgent response, the non-emergency number is appropriate. That goes to the same dispatch call center that receives 911 calls. And on the receiver's end, they can tell if someone's calling non-emergency versus 911. So the person answering the phone may be the same person, and their level of urgency is different when they see 911. The other side of that, I will say to the community, if you're even slightly concerned that this is urgent and we need officers, again, just to put eyes on, please call 911. It's not going to hurt. It's not a misuse of the 911 system. It lets our dispatcher know that something's happening, and sometimes they can have an officer at least responding to the area before we even get all of the details and facts. So we encourage our community, if you think it needs even a mild urgency, to please call 911 and we will respond.
Since I have you up here, and I'll ask the mayor for a little bit of slack on this one. We had another incident last night, drew a lot of attention. Quite a few people were kept up late at night with a sheriff helicopter continuing to circle for many, many hours. Can you talk about Nixle, the benefits of signing up, making sure everyone's involved, and then who pulls the plug on getting those alerts out to let people know to shelter in place, or, you know, the incident's wound down, and kind of that side of the emergency alerting side?
Yes, thank you. So that incident involved a pursuit of another agency that did end in our city, and unfortunately the suspect in that crashed into a parked vehicle in Hermosa Beach. So Alert South Bay is the communications mechanism that we use to communicate with our community, and so that the community can receive all of these types of alerts. So there's different levels. There's advisory, there's warning, and then alert. And what that does, if you opt in, there are different offices, but primarily it's the police department and emergency management. When something is happening that is live and happening now, we push out messages via Alert South Bay. And if residents and community members, you don't have to be a resident, you can just be a business owner or even a frequent visitor. If you opt in to receive Alert South Bay, Hermosa Beach, or a lot of the surrounding cities, you will get those alerts real time, both in text and email. And it really lets people know what's going on, especially if it's in their immediate area. In this one, we did ask residents to stay inside. There was active search for those suspects. Everybody was taken into custody, but we do encourage everyone to opt in to Alert South Bay, sign up, and you can decide if you want to get all three alerts or just the highest level.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Chief, I'd like a follow-up question on that. How is it that you sign up for Alert South Bay? Is there a website or a phone number? Or
I don't know the exact website. I think it's Alert South. I just do a Google search for Alert South Bay, and you will find it, and you can just sign up. You can do it from your cell phone, from a desktop, laptop.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you, Chief, for your great update, and appreciate the dedication your officers do in keeping our community safe and working hard and holding those accountable that are caught in these actions. And, you know, although it appeared at first that maybe there was a lack of transparency, I really do appreciate and glad that you came to the community forum that I'd held just a week after that incident and took it upon yourself to engage in one-on-one discussions with people that were there. It's very helpful. It goes beyond these formal proceedings like this, and I think it helped a lot for everyone to understand more the police department's perspective, what they're doing to keep us safe, and the limitations that we have. And it was just great to have you there, and I want to appreciate and thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Chief, thank you so much for your report. I do appreciate it. And let's move on to public comment then. Aguila Katz will be our first public comment speaker. And then after that, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone else for public comment? Or in person in Zoom? Okay. So Aguila, would you come forward, please? Thank you.
It's going to take me a minute to set this up.
That's okay.
By the way, I brought some more of these.
So Gila, I have to ask you that, is that the only bicycle menorah in the world, or are there other ones?
Isn't that exciting to have a nice bicycle
It is.
menorah?
It's beautiful.
Yes, I figured this way Julian is here with me. So, on Sunday evening is the first night of,
Could you use the microphone there, please? So everybody can hear you at home.
all right,
Sorry.
okay, I'm sorry I have my back to all of you.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Oh, you want-
Okay, on Sunday night is the first night of Hanukkah. And from the days when Julie Oakes was on the city council, every once in a while, I get invited to come and light the menorah with you all. So, since many of you, or most of you know Julian, I brought the bicycle menorah, which has been our tradition in our family since Julian got active in the bicycle world. So, because the way we light the menorah is, there is one candle that is called the shamash. It is the one that lights all the other candles. But since it's only the first night that comes on Sunday, I will light only one candle. Each night you add another candle and you put it into a window where you can see the lights, because in wintertime, one of the things we want to do is light up the world. And each day that they had the oil to light up the Holy Temple in Jerusalem was considered a new miracle. So every day for 8 days, they had to wait until they could get the right oil to light the lights in the Holy Temple in Jerusalem a long time ago. That's what the story is all about. It is the story that we fought the Romans and the Greeks, and that's why we have religious freedom, because they had taken over the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, and Judah Maccabee and his crew got rid of them. And so we celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah as a holiday of religious freedom. And I am so delighted that the city invited me to do this, because this city has been my city since 1989, and I feel so home here. So thank you very much. And as you know, Julian felt very home here too. So, and the candles are always in different colors. So Julian's favorite color was blue, so I'm going to use 2 blue candles today. Yeah, purple one came out, so I guess that's what I'm going to have, a purple one. And I hope you don't mind. I have to.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Anyone who can join me, please. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Chanukah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשה ניסים לאבותינו בימים ההם mazman hazeh. So I will translate the prayers for you. It says, Blessed art God, King of the universe, that commanded us and honored us and brought us to this moment. Okay, and then it says, we thank God who gave us these miracles, that we survived the oppression of the people who took over Jerusalem. And then we thank God for bringing us to this moment. So every celebration that we have is a celebration that we are here, that we're alive, that we can celebrate together, that we can appreciate each other, and that we can share this moment. And that's, for me, is the greatest honor of all, is to be able to share it with you. Okay, so in that honor, I brought dreidels, okay, for the city council. I brought napkins, because that are bicycle napkins, okay,
All right,
and
Well, thank you.
and I brought you the traditional Hanukkah gift, okay? Called Hanukkah Guild. So every one of the city council members, everyone up here will get.
Wow,
Okay, so
thank you so much.
can someone come down and help? They're kind of heavy.
Thank you so much, Gila.
Welcome.
Really appreciate this. That's especially poignant for the times we live in today.
I can help you.
You need any more help down there? You all
Yeah,
set?
really.
There's a lot going on.
Make sure all of us get up here.
Everyone,
Want me to grab the, do you want me to just
one
take
for
them all?
every.
Okay.
Gila, thank you so much for this presentation. We really appreciate it.
My
It's so
pleasure.
poignant for the times that we live in today, as much as it was that back then.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Do you want me to leave the candles burning until they burn out, or do you want me to?
No, I think we maybe better blow them out. Because we have a lot of speakers today, and I don't want to have any.
The hot air too, the hot air might.
Might explode.
We don't want to start a fire here.
No, we don't.
Did everyone get the Hanukkah Gel? And everyone get a dreidel?
We all did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, if there's anyone missing, let me know.
Okay. Thank you. Notice. Oh, look at you. All right, thank you so much, Gila. So, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone else on?
Next, we have Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I just have some brief updates on the library building repairs. At this time, the mainline plumbing repairs are being finished up, and the ADA door installation has begun. The project is running smoothly, but we do not yet have a date for when we will reopen. Patrons can continue to return their library materials to the front book drop on Pier Avenue, and holds can continue to be picked up at Manhattan Beach Library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jack Levy. or Levi.
Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, it's great to be here. It's nice to see everybody. Happy holidays. I think I've met everybody here, but if I haven't, my name's Jack Levy, and I'm co-chair of the Bark for a Park effort. I want to spend a couple minutes and share with you some great progress that we've made since our last meeting about a month ago. Last week in particular, we made some great strides in engaging with Parks and Rec Group. Great progress was made on several next steps that were outlined by Lisa Nichols a couple of months ago. It's really great to see some progress moving forward. I want to personally thank City Manager Steve, thank you, and City Councilman, many of you had a lot to do with helping this engagement with the Parks and Rec Group. So thank you for each and every one of you for doing that. On behalf of the entire Bark for a Park group, thank you. And we encourage you to check in, check status and progress. We really feel this will be paramount to the progress and the success of the project. In addition, on the marketing and awareness front, some great things have been going on. Since our successful Yappy Hour that we engaged with at the deck a few weeks prior, we partnered with Uncorked had a terrific event on November 22nd. Paws with Claws. That's right, Paws with Claws. An event for dogs to have pictures taken with Santa Claus. The event raised over $2,000 in donations similar to the event at the deck, donations and sales of merchandise. And we had over 100 pictures taken with dogs and Santa Claus. The events at both the deck and Uncorked were so successful that we're planning similar events through the community on a frequent basis. We see these events as great marketing for the dog park, as well as creating the dog park community and for our fundraising efforts. In addition, we were invited to present the status of the dog park at the Kiwanis Club. It was a great opportunity to continue to get exposure for the dog park and seemed to be a very well received. And we're going to continue to look for those types of opportunities like this to get additional exposure of our efforts to different community groups. In addition, we now have merch. We got hats and we got hoodies. We got stickers, and those are going to be available at all of the events that we do. You're going to see a lot more of these in the future, and this will continue to get us great exposure and additional funding. So all in all, we're really excited about how we're partnering with the city and the community, and wish you all a very happy holiday, and see you next year. And Mayor, we got our tree yesterday at Kiwanis Club.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Next, we have Xochitl Bom.
Thank you. Council, thank you for the opportunity for allowing, obviously, the public to speak. My name is Xochitl Beam, and I'm a lifelong Hermosa Beach resident. I want to talk about what happened with regards to the incident with the e-bike and the brutal attack. I know we just went through it, and I want to thank everyone, the police chief, everyone who has put in so much effort into understanding what happened. But I want to express, as a lifelong resident, and this is my first time even speaking here, that I'm completely outraged about what happened, and this isn't the first time. I've had my own experiences, and just on my way here, I spoke to a neighbor who told me about an incident that occurred 3 months ago where he was shot at by a group on e-bikes. That person was arrested, but it's something that should have never happened. And so I'm very upset about this. This is not an isolated concern. Just this, I told you about this evening about my neighbor. Hermosa Beach needs decisive action. We need a stronger and more visible patrol presence. I have seen them since the incident, but I would like to make sure that this keeps up and doesn't just go away after, whatever investigations happen and things get found out. We need consistency, no exceptions enforcement of existing e-bike laws, a comprehensive strategy to prevent groups of unsupervised, it may be difficult to have unsupervised minors from riding aggressively, but we need to make sure that we are keeping track of what is going on. And I like what the police chief said about calling 911 and making sure we have an avenue to report incidences such as these. Our community deserves to feel safe walking to the beach, going downtown, simply living our lives. And I'm asking the city to take this seriously and act now before someone else is harmed. So again, I want to thank everyone who has made huge efforts to investigate what's going on, but I don't want to let up and allow this to just blow over and something happen again, and it could be worse. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ira Elman.
Good evening. I wanted to discuss the city manager contract situation. I want to apologize to Mr. Napolitano for having to discuss salaries and things publicly, but I think it's necessary to do this one last time before we put this issue to bed. Nobody's going to remember how we got here. So I wanted to review how we got here and then talk about the current situation. A small group of Hermosa residents wanted the former city manager Lowenthal out and wanted Mr. Napolitano in. Part of this might have been due to they wanted to replace a woman of color with an older white male. Keegan, Francois, and Seaman, I believe they conspired to get this done, calling for Lowenthal's performance review 4 months ahead of time, of the normal time to have her review. As it turns out, no performance review occurred, at least with Lowenthal present. And then Keegan, Francois, and Seaman voted behind closed doors to terminate Lowenthal. Despite most council members preaching we need more transparency, residents were never given any details, and they never publicly disclosed the $140,000 severance payment paid to Lowenthal. Francois' campaign website says his top priority is to provide full transparency and independent leadership. In a Keegan mailer, he preaches full transparency. I think they both have failed. This occurred despite probably the most incredible accumulation of residents and staff ever assembled, which took place on April 22nd at a council meeting, which included the police chief, other police officers, most of the Hermosa management team, and many other city employees, the school superintendent, prominent clergy in Hermosa, former mayors, council members, union representatives, prominent business owners, and commissioners. Those who do the work in the city were there. Most of those few who complain about everything and about Lowenthal were not there. So now we all know that Napolitano was appointed interim city manager at a salary of $240,000. Next, the city council, with the exception of Ray Jackson, decided to hire a search firm at $30,000, despite the fact that we all know that that Napolitano was likely to get the job. So now the not-so-transparent city council has not disclosed the number of candidates for the full-time city manager, nor identified them. At least 3 on the council, Keegan, Francois, and Seaman, voted for the new city manager to receive $270,000 a year plus all the usual benefits. This is $2,000 more than Lowenthal's salary when she was terminated. She was a seasoned city manager with 7 years' experience who built a solid management team, including a fully staffed, respected police department, and $270,000 seems a bit excessive. The city had all the leverage here. Why did they pay top dollar? Seems like bad negotiations using our tax dollars.
Mr. Elman, I'm sorry, your time's up. You want to wrap it up, please?
Yes, I will.
Quickly.
Thank you. Keegan, who claims to be a successful businessman, and Francois, who claims to be a former budget director, don't seem to be very good at negotiating on behalf of the city and its residents.
Great, thank you, sir. I appreciate your statements. I appreciate the fact that I personally honor everyone's opinion, and certainly yours too. So thank you for your thoughts. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards.
Good Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, council, staff. Happy holidays. Good to see everyone. I wanted to speak a little bit about what the police chief just reported on. I appreciated the update that he shared regarding the devastating assault that we all saw and some of the actions that the police department is taking to step up enforcement in the downtown area. I think that from my perspective, you know, a police officer cannot be in two places at once. It's a fundamental challenge that the department faces with, you know, a certain amount of ground to cover. There's a lot of alleys, it's a lot of streets, it's a lot of kids running around on bikes, and I think that it's important to communicate to the public if we're doing increased enforcement downtown, does that mean that we are taking officers off of the beat in other parts of the city? And what I'm getting at is I think that we have to have a thorough review of the resourcing that the department needs. In the last couple of public safety forums, the concept of doing contract code enforcement officers has come up a couple of times. I think it could be a promising idea to the extent that we are sure that it's going to free up sworn officers to then expand their footprint in other parts of the city. If the code enforcement, the contract code enforcement officers are not able to perform the duties that are, you know, standard police officers are able to, I think that needs to be communicated as well with a thorough analysis on a dollar-by-dollar basis of what we're accomplishing with each course of action. If the department is finding that it is more successful in deterring these types of crimes by having increased presence downtown, is that something that they can sustain? If it's something that they can sustain, why have they not been doing it already? My guess is that they're not doing it all the time already because there are trade-offs. I think that we need to understand those trade-offs. I think that this requires a more thorough force review. And, you know, budget cycle is coming up in about 5 months. There's always mid-budget revisions that we can do. But I think that as we look ahead here to next year and we're thinking about this as a long-term problem that's not likely to go away with state action anytime soon, it'd be good to get a more comprehensive report from the department on what they need. And I think that just from having conversations in the community, there's broad public support to making sure that the department has the tools, the resources that it needs to police emerging types of crime like the ones that we're seeing with kids on e-bikes. So I appreciate your consideration to this matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Elka Warner. I wanted to follow up on the chief's update on the beating. I used to cover courts for United Press International in downtown LA and reached out to my DA contacts, and here is what I learned. The two suspects have been charged with assault likely to cause great bodily injury, which is a felony. And I wanted to kind of explain the juvenile court procedure because a lot of people have been asking, and I kind of got the rundown from the DA's office. So when they're arrested, they're taken to juvenile hall. The probation department has to bring them to court within 48 hours. At their first hearing, the juvenile judge decides whether they should be released or remain in custody. And that depends on whether they're a threat to themselves or to the community. Because juvenile proceedings are closed and confidential, we don't know the judge's decision or the current status of these suspects. We know that they've been charged, and a next hearing is scheduled for January 12th. Eventually, there'll be an adjudication, which is the juvenile version of a trial. The judge, not a jury, will review the evidence and determine whether the allegations are true. Because it's all closed to the public, we likely won't know the final outcome. But I'll keep monitoring the case and share whatever information I can share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards, but we do have someone on Zoom with their virtual hand raised.
Okay, thank you.
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah, good evening, Council. I would like to offer a bit of a rebuttal to what you were just told by Mr. Ellman, who suggested that a main reason, a driving force behind many in the city who wanted to see Suju removed was that we hate women or we hate women of color or anything like that. Let me remind you of the failed sales tax revenue, sales tax initiative, where the city essentially presented promotional material as educational material, and the initiative fell on its face. Let me remind you of the civic facilities study, where we were being led by the nose towards her one solution, and other solutions were being de-emphasized. Let me remind you of her statements that the public is not allowed to criticize the performance of senior staff or any staff in the council meetings. Look, there is reason and reasonable cause for the residents who wanted to see Suja go. Reasonable minds can disagree, but accusing us of racial bias, that's just not helpful. And I just hope you consider that. Thank you.
Next, we have Nancy Shawpak. Nancy, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
So I agree with Tony. Thank you very much, Tony. This is not about race. This is not about sex. This is about a person who did not understand what it means to be in Hermosa Beach and to care about the residents above her own personal ambitions, whatever it is they were. I will share one anecdote. I had a personal problem that I had worked through with the planning department, and I worked my way all the way up to the top, and I went to the city manager, and she dismissed me. And so then I went to city council, and I spoke to city council, and they listened, and I was grateful. And the result of that was Suja sending me an email saying, "We consider this matter closed. We are no longer going to speak to you." She sent that email to me while I was in line to speak at the next virtual city council meeting. She was trying to shut me down. She was trying to prevent me from speaking. That's my personal experience. It is not about race. It is not about sex. It's not about anything other than someone out for her own agenda, my experience at the expense of the residents. Thank you.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I want to address the two items, the informational items that were removed from the agenda earlier this evening. First and foremost, we're not addressing residential parking permits, but it has been brought to my attention. For years, Councilman Jackson has chastised people for converting their garages into man caves or diva caves in his case, and going ahead and buying and purchasing parking permits and pushing their cars out on the street. It was recently discovered through public records requests that Councilman Jackson has 3 parking pass permits for the impacted area. Complete hypocrite. I'm glad that was exposed. Now, the other item, the informational item that was removed from the agenda here tonight was regarding to the charging stations in the downtown area. Those still are not metered with a credit card. The taxpayers are paying for those. I believe the maintenance cost is not offsetting that, and I believe the true issue should be, and I hope this council brings this back, is not whether regular conventionally vehicles should park in those spots, is actually the removal of those charging stations in general. I think they're a huge financial burden to the city. And my last item here is regarding Chief Phillips here tonight. Obviously, I have an ongoing public feud with him. I think he's a liar, fraud, and cover-up artist. He still did not address the issue regarding the press release regarding the victim blaming. That basically, and how I interpret it is that he believes that this 56-year-old victim actually provoked the teenagers into a street fight. That's basically his interpretation. And to this day, I still believe that in his heart, that's what Chief Phillips actually truly believes. And the only reason why the course of action that he is taking now is he's been forced to by public pressure because the media got involved in that. That is the absolute fact. Chief Phillips is absolutely grossly incompetent. We've already talked about how grossly incompetent City Manager Lowenthal is. That's why she got run out of town. But let's not forget, who was the one who pointed Police Chief Phillips to his position? That's right. It was former City Manager Suja Lowenthal. Chief Phillips needs to go. He's on his way out. One last thing. He still refuses to provide me public records that I am legally entitled to, and the person doing the cover-up for him is the city clerk. If she still continues to want to get in my way, we can have a public feud also. That's my time. That's my piece. Thanks.
Next, we have Laura Pena. Laura, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Mayor Laura Pena, council members. Tonight I want to speak about a story written by Elka Warner. She doesn't know that I'm saying this. A story that every one of us should take heart to because it captures exactly what is happening to small business in our city. Her profile of Gina Rothwell, the owner of Soul Baby, wasn't just a feel-good piece about a beloved shop. It's a warning, it's a reflection, and ultimately it's a call to action. For 18 years, Soul Baby has been part of the soul of Pier Avenue. Those tiny Hermosa trucker hats, those poop deck onesies, and the beachy kid clothes that make people smile. But Elka did something so important in her storytelling. She revealed the work behind the whimsy, the grit behind the cute displays, and the exhaustion hidden behind a welcoming storefront. Elka's reporting shows exactly what our business owners won't always say at the podium, that they're struggling quietly, deeply, and avoidably. Gina said something that should stop all of us in our tracks. I'm worried, and I'm probably at COVID year numbers. This is devastating, and it's happening right now in 2025, not during a shutdown, not during mandatory closures, but during what should be a strong recovery. Elka's story is timely because it highlights the systemic issues our business community faces and has been doing so for years. The downtown is a ghost town during the day. Permits and approvals take too long. A small business sign took months and cost $1,000 to approve. Every December, we have to beg for holiday parking relief that other cities provide automatically. Empty storefronts dampen investment and send shoppers elsewhere. These aren't abstract policy issues. They are daily hurdles for the businesses that shape our identity. What Elka captured is the truth. Many owners are afraid to say publicly that our city is becoming harder to do business in than Manhattan and Redondo, and that should never be the case. Her article is timely because it's a mirror. It shows us what's happening before we lose another cherished business, before another storefront goes dark, and before another entrepreneur decides it's not worth the fight. If we want a vibrant downtown, we can't simply admire these stories. We must learn from them. We need to fast-track small businesses, modernize our rules, make economic development a priority, activate our daytime foot traffic, and stop putting up barriers that neighboring cities already have solved. Elka's story is a gift. It gives this community clarity. The question now is whether we act on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
All right. Any more in council? Last call? No? All right, then I will close city comment and, public comment, excuse me, and come back to city council members for their comments. If you all don't mind, I'd like to go first. Mr. Higgins, I will not dignify Mr. Ellman's collection of misstatements and personal assumptions with a rebuttal. Mr. Eric, your comments regarding the contract officers, I appreciate your opinion also, and I agree with you. And that's why I was already planning to, this evening, when we get to the end of the meeting, when we get to future agenda items, I'd like to bring forward a full discussion about using those contract officers. I think that public forum that we had was a miracle. That idea came forward to the public. It was well received, I think, by the public. It was well received by me. I thought it was an excellent idea. I think it's something that we can do immediately. There's long-term answers and there's short-term answers, and sometimes maybe there isn't any answers. But I think that one is something that we could really move forward on quickly, and it might help at least with the problem. So thank you for your support on that idea, and I plan to do that this evening later. So appreciate that. Is there any other comments by anyone?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the public comments. Just a couple things to refresh my colleagues' recollection. A month or so ago, I brought up a future agenda item that received support for our PD and staff to come back to council with a layout of what it would cost and what would be involved to have a full-time, persistent presence on our beaches, our strand, and at our parks. And so that is underway. I suspect we'll get that back within the next month or so. With regard to the comment about our police chief, you know, the buck stops and starts with the city manager. So if there's any problem with the press release or anything else coming from staff, it is with the city manager and not the police chief. And since we're not going to talk about parking, I just want to conclude the final comments on the whole residential parking program. And it's interesting because Manhattan Beach just instituted some parking restrictions and they capped their households at 3. But I just want to be clear, since I won't have an opportunity later to make sure the record is unmistakable, that whatever happens next with regard to our residential parking program will fall squarely on the 3 council members who voted to remove the reasonable protections and that now expose our program to failure. The mayor pro tem warned the council, our community development director warned us to tread lightly. Next year, we will be submitting a local coastal program, and that's a process that will spotlight every vulnerability in a 40-year-old residential program. Over the last 5 years, we've crafted, I think, what was a very generous, balanced, and defensible system, one that four of us in this council voted for 3 times. The mayor himself questioned why households with ample off-street parking should receive any street permits. Now the majority has removed the guardrails that made our system viable and defensible. And the consequences aren't hypothetical, they're explicit. The Coastal Commission has typically not approved new or after-the-fact preferential parking programs unless it can be demonstrated that such a program would not result in adverse impacts to public parking supply that affect public access or recreation. Translated, if we reduce access or allow private vehicle storage to consume coastal zone capacity, we jeopardize the entire residential parking permit program. This also places our outdoor dining program at risk. Where are those parking spaces coming from? We lose the potential for that local control, and we risk the entire framework. Maybe it doesn't trouble the majority. Maybe ending the outdoor dining is the goal. I know that some have not supported that, and I know that's a Manhattan Beach issue as well. Maybe the sudden 180 was election timing, but the Coastal Commission won't care. They will care about access. That's the one thing we've been talking about. So as a result of your vote, we now face a significantly increased risk of losing control of the entire program. Should resident priority erode, should the program fail, it will not be merely unfortunate, it will be the direct and foreseeable consequences of your action. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. Any other comments? Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Francois.
I'll try to make this brief. It seems like these councilmember comments
That's pretty long.
go on. I share the concerns that people made regarding the safety and the police chief and the police department's handling of the issue. Like I said before, his appearance at the community forum was helpful, and it brought about a lot of help in that transparency. We talked about a lot of things at that forum, including the problem we have with state legislators trying to address in Sacramento any ability for us to have registrations. We discussed the school's involvement in regulating e-bikes, and we appreciate their efforts, but there's more that can be done with regards to that. There was no mention about using contract officers. The police chief stated that our police department is fully staffed and ready and available to take the necessary actions that our police can do to enforce speeders and people on the Strand and the whereabouts. And so I have full faith that we can move ahead with that, and do look forward to the agenda, and it's already listed on our future agenda items on what more can be done from the police department's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, then I'll close city comment and move on to updates from city council ad hoc subcommittees, standing committees, and delegates and alternates. Do my colleagues have any updates? No? Seeing none, I'll close that item and move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve this consent calendar?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
So moved by Councilman
Can we remove the donation from the Sheldons?
You want to remove that? Which item is that?
That is item,
Get the number, get the letter right. I removed the wrong one.
it's E,
15E.
15E.
Do you mind if we hear that at the end of the, after 17I? Or
Well, it
let's
won't
see.
take long, just to acknowledge them.
Okay.
All right. You want to pull that?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, could we acknowledge without pulling? If it's not something for serious discussion, if I think we could do that without pulling it.
Yeah.
Mr. Keegan?
Okay, I just wanted the public to know that we received a $500,000 donation from Chuck and Missy Sheldon to be used for signage at the corner of Pier and PCH in front of the community center, and additional funds that aren't used for that, if we do it for less money than that, will be used on signage and wayfinding throughout the community. And I just want to remind people the Sheldons are longtime residents, and Chuck served on the city council here from in 1985 through 89, and has been a longtime supporter of many charities. He was involved in the mural project. He and his wife did the mural project around the city, and he instigated that, put the money up to get it started, and he's done many other activities in the city and supported the Kiwanis. He hosted the sister cities at his home for about 20 years for an event for fundraising for probably over 20 years, and just countless other activities in the city. And I just wanted to acknowledge he and his family and thank them so much for their generosity. So thank you.
So with that, Mr. Keegan, are you good to approve the full consent calendar?
I'm going to vote no on that, no. Of course, I'd like to move that item. So if we want to move that or just include that in advance. We didn't pull it, so it's.
You don't want to pull it then?
No, I'm not going to pull it, but I'm
Okay.
satisfied with that. But
Great,
just
thank
wanted
you.
to
And
acknowledge.
I agree that it should be acknowledged, and I lend my voice to that same sentiment. Okay, so the complete consent calendar then, do we have a motion to approve? Mr. Detoy?
Second.
Second, and a second by Mr. Francois. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, item 16. Public hearings.
Next, we have item 16. It's adopt an urgency ordinance adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Code, including all applicable adopted parts, adopting the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, adopting local amendments, repealing outdated provisions.
Thank you, City Council. I do have a presentation. I'll just wait for that to come up. Today I am presenting the urgency ordinance adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Code, the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, or IPMC, and the updated local amendments. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview, background, past council actions, analysis, summary of key updates, fiscal impact, and recommendations. Next slide, please. This ordinance updates construction and maintenance regulations, adopts the state codes, modernizes Title 15, and replaces outdated chapters to improve clarity and enforcement in advance of the January 1st, 2026 statewide code change. Next slide, please. The state updates building standard codes every 3 years. Adoption is required to maintain enforcement authority. Review of Title 15 showed outdated content requiring modernization and reorganization. Next slide, please. The city adopted the 2022 California Building Standards Codes and the 2021 International Property Maintenance Codes in 2022 and adopted the Los Angeles County Fire Code in 2023. The Fire Code is not being updated as part of this action. The existing adopted fire code remains in place and is being maintained through this process. Next slide, please. This action adopts all 2025 model codes by reference, includes local amendments and findings, consolidates administrative procedures into one chapter, adopts the International Property Maintenance Code, and avoids any lapse in enforcement. Next slide, please. The update creates a single consolidated administrative chapter. The appeals process is clarified so that the International Property Maintenance Code appeals are handled by the administrative hearing officer. Title 15 is reorganized to match the structure of the building standards codes, making the code easier to understand and use. All existing technical amendments are maintained, including adjoining property protection, pedestrian safety, groundwater and shoring requirements, Class A roof standards, underground electrical service rules, and plumbing and grease interceptor provisions. Permit expiration and extension timelines are updated to meet the needs of our local community. The Residential Building Records Program is established as voluntary. Next slide, please. This update clarifies the CalGreen requirements by establishing clear rules for construction and demolition waste diversion. A new addition is the introduction of a self-certification program. This option allows licensed design professionals to certify qualifying low-impact restaurant tenant improvement projects through a streamlined process. It creates an optional path with no building plan review and reduces processing times for these projects to less than 20 days. The International Property Maintenance Code is adopted to replace outdated housing and building maintenance codes, giving the city a modern and consistent enforcement tool. Finally, Titles 1, 8, and 17 are updated to ensure all cross-references match the reorganized Title 15 chapters. Next slide, please. There is no fiscal impact associated with this recommended action. And next slide, please. So tonight, staff recommends that City Council determine the action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and waive further readings and adopt the ordinance, declaring it an urgency measure necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and safety, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and authorize staff to file the adopted amendments and findings with the California Building Standards Commission. Thank you, and I'm available to provide any clarification the council would need.
Any questions of staff? Oh, excuse me. Any questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I lost it for a second. Hold on here. Bring it back up. These changes we're making here are being required. Is that true?
So to clarify, a lot of the amendments are carryovers from the prior adoption, and the implementation that we're doing of the 2025 code, yes, is a requirement that we have to adopt.
But are there some requirements in here that are not required? For example, we received a public comment.
Right.
I don't know. I don't get it. There's a $30,000 requirement for undergrounding for a simple $3,000 electrical panel charge, and that's not mandated by the California Electric Code. So is that in here, and why is it in here, and why can't we easily just take that out?
So that is in here as a carryover from a previous adoption in 2022. So it was previously adopted in the code as an undergrounding requirement. It is planned within Plan Hermosa, but ultimately that would be up to City Council.
Is that a reach ordinance?
So it
Is that a
doesn't
what?
qualify as a reach ordinance since it was a carryover, so it fits well within the exceptions.
So, I mean, we're adopting this, but we're keeping all these other antiquated things that I essentially might be updated later on when code updates are being done. But can we just take it out now, since it seems kind of crazy to have a requirement like that in there? Can't we just strike it out and move on with this? Why we? Seems like we're waiting forever for code updates and zoning, and we never get anywhere. And here's an example of something that seems completely unreasonable and not mandated by the electrical code. So
I would have to defer to the city manager. So this kind of ties in with existing zoning code. So we're looking at Title 15, which is the building code. So there are current adoptions within the zoning code that do require underground electrical requirements. So it would be
Well, that's why I asked whether it was a REACH ordinance or not, which is something that the council can adopt that goes beyond what the state standard is. We would have to go back and take a look and see whether that's in fact the case. I saw that email, but we'd have to take a look and see if that's actually the 30,000. If there's a cost, I mean, there's not necessarily a cost associated with these that's in the code itself. So we'd want to take that and take a look at it and bring it back separately. But we are looking at the whole zoning code, and that's going to come back to council at a future date. The question is if you want to piecemeal things apart right now, as opposed to adopting what has been a carryover since, like, I take it 2022.
correct.
Councilman Francois?
yeah, sure.
May I ask a
Oh, sure.
question
Yeah,
on this,
go
on
ahead.
the same
Yeah,
subject? I don't
absolutely.
mean to
Sure.
butt in here.
No,
but-
no, absolutely. Follow
Okay,
up.
and
is
it
fine. Great.
may clarify things.
Sure.
Great. So let me ask you this question. When you just change over your panel business, I've been a contractor for 50 years. I've done 100 of those, and I understand exactly what you're talking about. The underground requirement, is that if there is already undergrounding in the street? If you're in an area that's already been undergrounded, you're required to put the underground in?
Correct.
Or
So-
is it for undergrounded or otherwise, you have to put the underground stub out in?
Yeah, so thank you. So I can offer some clarification. So that is for existing underground areas if you're doing a panel upgrade. So if it is currently undergrounded, then essentially the trigger would be that you would have to continue to maintain an underground service and new properties.
Right, because a lot of places the undergrounding is in the street because they created a district and they did their undergrounding and so on. But if you had an overhead hookup and you did not connect to the new underground, when you change your panel, then you're required to hook up to the underground.
Yes, if you're within an underground district or if it's a new property.
Okay.
A new development.
Okay, all right. And then this, was it $20,000? Isn't that an estimate of what it would cost?
Yeah, so I can't speak to that. That was a public comment. Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure what the cost is.
Yeah.
For Edison and installation and whatever.
So every property's different.
Right.
Right? So if you're building a new building, which would also mean you're changing the panel out, you would have to go underground, of course, if you're in that district. And in that case, you bring your underground conduit, which is a big 3-inch deal to carry the weight, all the way to the property line. Since there is no undergrounding yet, you bring it to the property line and stop there. So that in the future, when they underground, you're ready to go.
Correct.
Right? Okay. That doesn't necessarily cost $20,000. I mean, if you may have to tear up 100 feet of brick paving and to put it in, sure, it would cost way more than that even. So I think this number of $20,000, I'm not sure, $30,000.
Right, you're talking about the difference between stubbing it out versus connecting it.
Well, I'm talking about the difference between each job would be a different story. Your panel may be 12 feet from the property line or where you would need to go to.
Right.
So that's not going to cost 20 or 30 or 100,000. It's not going to cost nearly that much to go a short distance. So the idea that it's basically going to cost $30,000 to do this is not, that's an estimate. That's kind of a...
There's nothing that verifies that number.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's nothing verifying. All right, so, okay. So with that understanding, I hope that clarifies it for you.
A little bit. Does
Yeah.
that clarify more for you?
I already knew. I was already clear to me. I already think that this is a necessary thing. And it's just part of the thing when you upgrade to a certain extent and you need to put a new panel in.
So it's
you should
possible
put the
that may
underground
not
stuff
be an unusual or overbearing requirement.
yeah.
It's possible that might be relevant to
Exactly.
what should be done, and it gets looked at later on when we do our updates.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I think it's, the one thing that you need to understand is that in this instance, and in many instances with building permits, when you come in with your plans, it says one thing, but then your situation is different, and so
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it's tailored to your situation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We done?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
done.
Any other questions?
No.
Comments? Councilman Jackson? No, I don't want to skip over you.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Oh, wait, we got
Oh,
public
excuse me,
comment.
we're still in public comments. All right, thank you very much.
Those were questions.
I will, thanks very much. No more comments from the council. I will open to public comments. Madam City Clerk.
Now is the time to provide public comment on item 16A. And Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards and we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, so now seeing none, I will close the public comment. And now, Mr. Keegan.
Make a motion to approve staff recommendation on the urgency ordinance adopting the code changes.
I'll second that.
Are you guys sure you don't want to hear more about 15.02 period 115 period 4? The joke.
Please
Unless you want to.
elaborate on that.
You're a little late, but go ahead. No, okay. All right, Madam City Clerk, call the question, please.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you so much.
Next, we have item 17A, adopt a resolution and approve a contract for the appointment of Steven Napolitano as city manager.
Thank you. Have Tiffany here today? There she is.
Good evening, City Council. Happy holidays. All right, so this item is regarding the appointment of the city manager and the employment contract for the city manager. The city has been seeking a permanent city manager since September 2025. The recruitment process was led by executive recruiting firm Peckham and McKinney. And the process, well, it was an extensive recruitment process, including material reviews and supplemental questionnaires, screening interviews with the recruiter, panel interview process conducted by City Council. All right, and during the special meeting closed session on November 20th, City Council selected candidate, voted to select the top candidate, which is Steve Napolitano. And Mr. Napolitano has been serving as the city's interim city manager since May 28th, 2025. And he brings over 30 years of experience in local government, including 5 terms as mayor and city council member for the city of Manhattan Beach, and also serving as senior deputy to Los Angeles County Supervisor Don Knabe for nearly 12 years. And he also has a long track record of success on issues of economic development, public safety, infrastructure, education, homelessness, transportation, the arts, and more. He is also an attorney skilled in administrative law and adjudication. All right, I'm sorry, I think I skipped. All right. And if the proposed employment agreement is approved by City Council tonight, Mr. Napolitano will be appointed to the city manager position and be employed pursuant to the terms and conditions outlined in the agreement. Key terms of the agreement include an annual salary of $270,000, CalPERS retirement, medical, dental, and vision benefits and other benefits provided to the management employee group. It's going to be a 3-year term, and performance will be reviewed no less than annually. And as I mentioned, upon approval, Mr. Napolitano's appointment will begin on December 10th, 2025. And there is no fiscal impact for this item, as the city manager position is already included in the current fiscal year 25 to 26 budget. Sufficient and available funding for the department budget is going to be used to cover the salary and benefits outlined in the employee agreement. All right, and staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution to appoint Steve Napolitano to the position of City Manager, approving an employment agreement with Mr. Napolitano and setting the City Manager's compensation, and also to approve the employment contract with Steve Napolitano. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tiffany, for your report. Any questions of Tiffany? Yes, Councilman Keegan.
I saw some notes from the public. They were concerned how many applicants that we interviewed. Can you elaborate on how many we interviewed and how that came about?
Yes, I can say that we received a total of 56 applications by the filing deadline, and the recruiter screened the applications down, and in the end, 3 candidates were interviewed.
And was the applicant interviewed by both city council and by senior management?
Correct. The 3 final candidates were interviewed by both city council and the department heads.
And was the department head vote on who they would select? Who was that?
Yes, and it was a unanimous decision for the department heads.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of staff? No? Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate your report. Very
Thank
thorough.
you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
We do have one virtual hand raised. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah, there was a little delay there. I'm very happy, that Mr. Napolitano, I think, is going to make a really good city manager, but I'm not at all happy with the process. And maybe I have it wrong here, but we're facing according to the city, an $11 million operating budget deficit by 2031 and up to $160 million capital budget deficit, depending on what projects you approve. Now, the problem I have is that I would have loved to hear what Mr. Napolitano's position and the position of the other candidates was on how to best deal with that. You didn't need to identify the other candidates, but it would have been good if you would have shared the strategies that each one of these candidates had for dealing with it. And there were many other similar questions that should have been asked. And really, it seems like the way you operate is that when you go into closed session, if information can be withheld, you withhold it willy-nilly, even if it's not required to be withheld. I think the whole process could be more transparent. I think we deserve to hear what the other candidates thought about how best to handle the significant budget problems that we're going to be facing. And I wish you would have done that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carolyn Petty.
Thank you. So I support the appointment of Steve Napolitano. We are lucky as a community to get a local back who understands our community. We saw the effect of having somebody who was completely disconnected from our community and saw how it affected our community, and it was not in a good way. I want to address Council Members Detoy and Jackson. I think people know that you aren't necessarily in agreement. I think we all kind of get that sense. It's time for the two of you to get on board. There were many times when I was a council member that I was not on the winning end of a vote. But when you agree to be a council member and be part of 5 and part of a group, at some point you have to acknowledge, I didn't win the vote, but I'm getting on board. And I'm asking you and Councilmember Jackson to get on board. Support Steve Napolitano because he's great for our community. And I also want to remind you guys that when Suja came in, there was a rush to the exits of city staff. Employee of the year, she insulted him. He quit. We lost a ton of knowledge of our employees that we thought were great because she wanted to bring in her own people. So for anybody to say how great she was, I saw what happened to our city staff. And you can't even compare her experience to Steve's experience, like hands down. And I also want to make sure everybody realizes that you can't be transparent with all these interviews. Some of these people have jobs. They can't have their information out there. You can't release this information to the public. It just doesn't work that way. So everybody has to accept the assurance that our council members did their due diligence, asked the right questions. This is why you guys were elected. And I just want to say congratulations to Steve. We're lucky to have you. We're lucky to have your experience, and welcome aboard.
Next, we have Nancy Shopok on Zoom. Nancy, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
So Carolyn stole my thunder. I agree, we cannot have, Tony, I appreciate your point of view, but we have to rely on our council. And we are so lucky to have Steve. He's somebody who understands our culture and our community. He is so experienced and he is so caring. He genuinely cares every day he comes to work about the situations he's facing. And we are grateful and thank you, Steve, for accepting this position.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I definitely want to go ahead and address the comments that were made earlier in the council chambers tonight. Appreciate everything that former Councilwoman and Mayor Carolyn Petty had to say. I agree with it 100%. I don't need to repeat it, but I think that's the sentiment of the entire community. And there is unfortunately a far left kook environmental fringe that tried to take over this city 10 years ago. And it looks like the Ira element is the last man standing, and they just can't handle the fact that they've lost power. Suja Lowenthal came in with a political agenda, a far left political agenda, to fundamentally transform Hermosa Beach into Long Beach. Not just Long Beach, but Long Beach District 2, her district. That is why the entire community turned against her. And as far as there's like some conspiracy amongst the council members that are being accused of, Councilmember Francois and Mayor Seaman, if you had not done this, you know you had no chance of getting elected at the next election. So this was not some isolated cabal that you guys got together and did this. You had so much community pressure to get rid of Suja Lowenthal. She needed to go. But the most offensive thing that I want to address from Ira Elman, and this also came from Councilman Jackson, is the racism and misogyny. And I don't engage in identity politics, but I understand you people with the woke mind virus do, but it is extremely offensive. Go ahead and make those statements. And I want to go ahead and address another issue. I don't know what person of color means. I can't figure that out. But our former city manager, Sergio Gonzalez, I don't know if he was a man of color or he was a white man. I had many experiences in interacting with him. I never asked him because I didn't care. But for Suja to claim that she was the first person of color, I don't know what that means. But this is the identity politics that she brought to the job and why she was an epic failure as a city manager. The city of Hermosa Beach is driven by its beach culture, inclusive to all, regardless. She never got that. She had a political agenda. Finally, we got a city manager. Got it. God bless. I'm looking forward to the future of our city. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Laura Pena. Laura, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Mayor, council member, staff, I submitted a public comment on this. I hope you guys have read it. I just wanted to congratulate and say that I'm glad that we've hired Steve Napolitano as our city manager. I believe he knows our community. I believe he understands some of the issues at play. One of the things that I want to note is for the last few years, as you guys know, I've been involved. I've wanted a lot of our business owners to meet with city staff, city manager, our director, and literally it couldn't get done because I was told lack of resources. Within 3 weeks of hiring the interim city manager, Steve, he met with us. He met with all of us that were available. And I can't thank you enough. I know we have a lot of work to do, but that was a very meaningful first step into showing up and really demonstrating that it doesn't take a lot of money to meet with your community. And so I just want him to know that opened my eyes to what's possible. And I also believe it's important to give Steve clear, measurable goals that will set him up for success. It will give all of us, our residents, our businesses, even council, a shared understanding of what we're working towards and how progress will be measured. It's not about scrutinizing him. It's about supporting him with structure, with clarity, with alignment with our long-term vision, our strategic vision from 2016. I believe Steve brings the experience. I believe he brings us together, and performance goals will only bridge that. It will connect us. So I am rooting for you. I'm rooting for all of us. And I believe that when the city manager succeeds, we all succeed. Thank you.
Mayor, I do not believe we have any other virtual hands raised, and we do not have any other speaker cards.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there is one more.
Good evening, John Burry. Congratulations, Steve Napolitano. I had never met you before. You became the interim manager, but I'm pleased to have met you, and I'm very pleased with the work that you've been doing. Look, we sometimes say in business, there's a time to disagree, but once you've disagreed, there's then a time to commit furiously. You've had your time to disagree, those who disagreed, and now is the time to commit furiously to make this man as good a city manager as he can possibly be. That's your job. That is a significant part of your job. You have one person who reports directly to you that you hire. A majority of this council has decided to hire this man, and your job now is to make him as successful as he can possibly be, because it is in all of our interests. It is in none of our interests to tear him down, to see him fail, to set bear traps for him or landmines for him to step on. You need to commit furiously to Steve Napolitano's success. Thank you.
All right, last call. Is there anyone that wants to make a comment in the public? And there is no one on Zoom. Thank you. So I'll close the public comment.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, just for the record, matters that are discussed in closed session are confidential and should not be discussed in open session. So we need to keep that in mind as we continue to talk about this.
Thank you. Appreciate the information. Public comment then is closed, in person and Zoom, and let's go back to City Council for comments and deliberation. Is there any comments from City Council? Look to my left, to my right. No comments?
I'll make a comment.
Please do.
Thank you. I'm very pleased with the success that the interim city manager has done since he's taken over. He walked into a city that was going through changes and a lot of internal conflicts and some internal ones and external ones, and I think he's navigated it well. He's done a great job in the initial week that he took over, and he is there and present in City Hall. He's able to see what goes on. A lot of things have come about since he's been there, and we did go out and look at other candidates. It showed that there were other candidates willing to work in this city and willing to step up, and it was great to interview them and see them. But I have full faith and full support for the hiring of Steve Napolitano for our city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other comment other than to move that we appoint Steve Napolitano city manager, adopt a resolution to appoint him to the position of city manager, approving an employment agreement with Mr. Napolitano and setting the city manager's compensation, and approve the employment contract with Steve Napolitano. Is there a second?
Mr. Jackson, was that a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment, please.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I opened it for comments. I didn't see anything from you. Please go ahead.
That's all right. I appreciate it. I'm glad we're finally getting this done. Something I moved for several months ago because we knew this was a fait accompli. We knew this was going to happen. You know, I supported Steve when he served as mayor of Manhattan Beach, and again when he ran for judge. I campaigned for him. I made calls, sent texts, introductions. I showed up because I believed in him. And as I've said many times to Steve, to staff, and to the public, that Steve will do fine as city manager. He's affable, he's smart, he's capable, and let's not forget, he's inheriting an all-star team whose work has powered so many of our city's recent achievements. That all-star team was obviously built under the leadership of the former city manager. But that doesn't change the reality. Steve is only here because the newly empowered council installed him without even the pretense of a fair, open, or honest process. They pushed aside the highly qualified leader already doing the job and cleared the way for the preferred local guy who was by every objective measure less qualified, and then handed him a compensation package far beyond his limited experience. Part of the justification we heard from the public is that we no longer are paying a deputy city manager. Well, of course, that would be the same deputy that Steve fired within hours of taking the interim job. It was always considered too much money when Hermosa Beach was paying the female city manager, after 7 years, her compensation, yet it's not too much for the less qualified guy. I'm just curious how this math changed. Being a well-liked individual who happens to live up the street would not earn a typical candidate so much as an interview. As I said earlier months ago, I said I would have respected this council majority more if they simply owned their choice instead of hiding behind closed session doors with little courage and no transparency. They could have said he was their pick and at least been honest, and we could have moved on. Instead we spent $30,000 on a staged selection process that was never real, while Hermosa Beach taxpayers shelled out $140,000 for Suja to go away, while also paying Steve $20,000 a month. That's not fiscal responsibility. As I said before, if Steve was truly the right choice, he should have earned the job. The same man who stood on Bruce's beach speaking about justice, fairness, and doing the right thing now benefits from the opposite. He would never have tolerated this kind of rigged appointment from his Manhattan Beach City Council. As I said before, he didn't earn it. He can't say he hit a triple when the council majority placed him on third. Steve got what he wanted, the council majority what they wanted. That's all it seems that they wanted. So now it's time to move forward. Hermosa Beach certainly deserves adults in the room. I will continue working hard with Steve, fully and professionally. Our residents and businesses and our staff deserve nothing less. And I am hopeful that going forward, Steve will place the interests of the city and its employees first, rather than his own or those of the 3 members who appointed him. We cannot pretend this was done right, because it was not. But as I said 6 months ago, it's time to move on. Welcome to Hermosa Beach, Mr. City Manager. Congratulations. Let's get to work.
Well, thank you so much for your opinion. And that is exactly what that is your opinion, not everyone's. Not necessarily factual either. I will give you the same statement Ira Elman got. I will not dignify your statements with a rebuttal. And at that, I will move on. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Can I speak to it? I'll second it and then
Yes.
speak to it.
Thank you. There's a second. Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Steve for taking the job. I've known Steve about 35 years. And one thing that's going on in the city that the residents don't know is that, we're facing a deficit coming up, converging on us of a couple $1 million. We also have a pending lifeguard program where we're going to be asked by the county to pay for all our own lifeguards and beach maintenance. That could be up to a $5 to $6 million, maybe even $9 million hit to our budget. Now, when we were interviewing candidates, this is going to be a tough thing working with the county. Additionally, we have a county contract for our fire that's going to go up for bid. Unfortunately, we're going to get some bids, I think, from Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach. And I don't know, I think we have a big advantage by having Steve on our team. It's more important than anyone's ego of losing a vote. It's more important to put the city first. We have some of the toughest fiscal times we're going to face in our 120-year history coming up soon. And it's going to happen on our 120th birthday. So in 27 and 28, we've got a lot of business to take care of. And Steve has the numbers of at least 20 people in the county in his contact list already. People he knows. He already knows the head of the beaches and harbors who's doing the beach maintenance. He already knows the supervisors, aides, and all the people involved in his staff. So do you think we would have done better with some stranger from out of the state? Or do you think we would have done better with Steve Napolitano? That's what needed to be recognized. We have a leader within us that can help us achieve what we need to achieve in the next couple of years. And I'm so grateful he took the job. He's qualified. He's got the right disposition, and he's going to lead us through this difficult time. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I'll close the comments then and call the question. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to number 17.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to the council, thank you to the community, especially for these last 6 months. You'll be glad to know that I did not prepare anything to say tonight. It's been an interesting trip. So I want to make a comment. My predecessor, Suja Lowenthal, I know her. She is a friend. We remain friends. She's an incredibly capable person, and I wish her nothing but success going forward. What happened was a council decision that I had no part in. As far as putting this city first, I've put this city first each and every day for the last 6 months. That's exactly what I'll do going forward. I appreciate the opportunity, the honor of serving what I consider my second hometown. So thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. I apologize, Steve. I meant to give you an opportunity to speak, and I'm glad you did.
All good. I'm not the show here.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to municipal matters. Madam City Clerk.
Item 17C, proposed modification to streamline business license application procedures for commercial business license and home occupation.
I have a presentation by Paula Avila. Is that correct? Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, no?
I'll be presenting today. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leo Zayan from the City Manager's Office. I'll be here tonight to present the set proposed modifications to the city business license procedures. This updates focus on simplifying the process for both commercial and home occupation business licenses. They also align with the strategic goals, operation efficiencies, customer service, and support business-friendly environment in Hermosa Beach. All right. Over the past several months, staff evaluated our existing business license workflows. They reviewed and identified several opportunities for streamlining processes and remove outdated requirements. As you're aware, business license is primarily governed in Municipal Code Chapter 5.04 and 17.0820. And our goal is to simply clarify and update 17.022/D to simplify and improve the processes for our business licenses. So for the proposed amendments, our goal is to modernize application requirements, reduce unnecessary steps, and improve customer service, reduce processing times, and increase consistency. And we are also updating the forms, which are in your attachment as 2, 4, and 6. And most importantly, supporting City Council's goals for efficiency and a business-friendly community. All right. Proposed amendments for the section as alluded to, 17.00.820D. What we have done is combine section 1 and 2 to use the room for home occupation only to 1. An updated subsection 7 to change the department name to community development. Updated subsection 11, which changes the community development director. And additionally, we deleted subsection 17 to remove the requirements for physical inspection and align with best practices in our neighboring cities. Additionally, we are requiring new business license requirements to ensure those businesses that are paying with gross receipts are required to submit some form of documentation, which aligns with best practices from our neighboring cities. And few of the documentations include Schedule C, income statement, profit and loss, financial statements, ledger sheet, and taxpayer declaration. With that, next steps, we would like to provide this report, a short report to you for council direction, and then we would like to take this report to Planning Commission for their recommendations and suggestions, and then we'll be back to council for further discussion in January. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have, and also our Director of Community Development is here with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question, Leo. When an applicant is coming to pay his business license tax, and it's a new business, so he has no previous receipts to base his tax on, how do you do that? Estimate?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So the first year, initial year, no business pays taxes. It's only when they renew their business, that's when the taxes are calculated.
Oh, so your first application, there is no
Correct.
fee?
No
Yeah,
business tax.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Francois.
I'd originally asked whether this could have been done directly by the city council, but I guess I was told that it has to be a planning commission review and public hearing first. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Since it's a zoning code amendment, we need to
Right,
go to planning
okay.
commission and then we. back
So, I
to
mean,
council.
it's great we're moving ahead with this, but is there any reason it had to come here first? Or I'm just wondering if this process can be shortened in the future or
Sure, we just wanted to get council's direction on this changes before going to commission. But in the future, I believe we can also do that too. If you like that.
If you don't mind, I'll just add a little color commentary. Business process reform is like, very exciting. And so as a part of the interdepartmental conversation, we identified a section of the zoning code that needed to be amended, right, in order to complete the streamline. But really the project that we're presenting today is largely focused on a major improvement which we expect will support much quicker turnarounds for business license applications. That was really the goal of the project. So I guess that's the clarifying statement that I'll make for you, council member, is that what we're presenting this evening is the streamlining effort, and then the small piece of it, which needs Planning Commission approval, will next go to Planning Commission for their recommendation. And that's a requirement of the zoning code. We don't have a choice.
Right. Okay, thank you. And so we did receive some public comments. We may have others here tonight. Those comments can be transferred to the public hearing that's going to occur with the Planning Commission so that they have those comments, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'm pleased to see we're doing the streamlining. A year ago, when I was mayor, I proposed an informal working group collaboration using 2 council members to facilitate these efforts. And these are the types of things that I'm really looking forward to, and I'm glad we're moving ahead with. So thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
That's all.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Leo. Appreciate it. So I'll close that, bring it back to the council, and then open public comment. Madam
Mayor,
Secretary?
we do not have any speaker cards, and we also do not have any virtual hands raised.
No virtual hands either. Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for comments and deliberation.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we direct staff to forward the proposal, there's no amendments. We forward this to the Hermosa Beach Planning Commission for review and hold a public meeting on changes.
Seconded.
Very good. Moved and seconded. If there is no other comment, Madam City Clerk, will you call the question, please?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Saman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 17D.
Item 17D, approve an agreement with Flowbird America, Inc. to replace parking meters in lots A, B, and C.
Thank you. We have a staff report from Senior Analyst Ken Bales. There he is.
That's me.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good.
All right. Let's wait for the staff report to pull up. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City Manager. I'm here to discuss approval of an agreement with Flowbird America to replace parking meters, multi-space parking meters. So a quick overview today, we're going to talk about our current parking meters, Flowbird parking meters, which are the proposed ones we purchase, a financial analysis, overview of CIP 113 Phase 1, which includes Pier Avenue and Lot D, and recommended action. All right, so our current parking meters are IPS MS1 multi-space parking meters. There's a picture right there on your far right. They've been in service for 10 years now and are starting to show their age. They definitely need to be replaced. They're at end of life. We currently have 14 meters spread across the 3 beach lots in Lot A, B, and C. We have 4 in Lot A, 2 in Lot B, and 8 in Lot C. We are proposing to replace them with Flowbird CWT4 multi-space meters, which I know is a mouthful. We are proposing to replace the 14 with 11. We can accomplish the same thing with less meters at this point. They're the same lifespan, about 10 years. You can see a couple pictures right there of what the model we'd be getting. They're highly configurable. Essentially, it's looking at your Nokia brick phone to an iPhone 17. They're just light years apart. So we're looking at doing 3 in Lot A, 2 in Lot B, and 6 in Lot C, with a net reduction of 3. So financial analysis that kind of goes over some of the unit economics. So between IPS and Flowbird, they're very different economic models. IPS charges a monthly fee in addition to a transaction fee. So what you're seeing right here, you're looking at your transaction fees from 2024 in the beach lots only. And the graph below is just looking at a comparison of the monthly fees between IPS and Flowbird. So Flowbird charges a monthly fee, but no transaction fee. So it is a little bit higher at $68 a month versus $30 for the multi-space meters. However, there's no transaction fees. So you can see last year we paid almost $28,000 transaction fees for IPS and $5,000 in annual costs just for the monthly subscription. With Flowbird, we would have paid about $9,000 for the entire year with no transaction fees. So if we had gone on Flowbird last year, we would have saved $24,000 in the beach lots, just the beach lots alone. This amortized over 10-year life cycle will be about $250,000. So there is significant savings by switching to Flowbird, which is part of staff's recommendation. And a quick overview of CIP 113 Phase 1. So we will be kicking this off in 2026. It is going to be replacing 170 single-space meters in Pier Avenue and Lot D with 11 multi-space meters. Citywide, we will be replacing single-space meters on a 16:1 ratio, reducing 1,613 single-space meters to 104 multi-space meters. And staff recommends City Council authorize the purchase of multi-space parking meters from Flowbird America, Inc. through a cooperative purchasing agreement with Omnia Partners for an amount not to exceed $400,000. Authorize the city attorney to authorize modifications to the proposed agreement if needed, and authorize the city manager to execute the proposed agreement with the city clerk, attesting the proposed agreements subject to approval by the city attorney, and to appropriate $115,000 to the police department equipment replacement fund to cover the purchase of the beach lot multi-space meters. And with that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir, very much. Are there any questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Detoy.
Thank you. So I know that most of this focused on replacing like for like, but part of 113 was also Pier Avenue. Is Pier Avenue part of this approval right now?
Correct. So essentially the agreement with Flowbird would be a not to exceed $400,000, which will allow us to have the procurement vehicle in place to replace the beach lot meters in addition to meters as part of CIP 113. So essentially giving us the authority to purchase the meters as we need to for the CIP and the beach lots.
And then walk me through the operation of this multi-space. We're not slapping numbers down on everything, so it's, I assume, license plate based.
Correct. So part of the reason why we had to replace the beach lot meters in addition to them being 10 years old is the current ones do not have keypads with letters, so we can't enter license plates. So it's kind of a perfect opportunity to replace what we had to replace anyways with the latest and greatest that will allow us to do ALPR enforcement.
And then we still are able to use the app.
Correct. So it'll be conjunction of Park Mobile and Flowbird.
Okay. So payment types, coin, cash, physical card, tap?
Yes, no cash, coin, and credit card, and tap, and mobile payment, which is currently what we have as well, except for the tap part. We don't have tap right now.
I know that you can do digital driver's license now, so people are, definitely not even using their license, their wallets anymore. So, perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Francois.
So for the 409 spaces, we were paying $33,000. And now that's been reduced to $9,000. Is that correct?
If all things hold equal, that would be correct in 2026.
But on top of that, we also are paying 5% credit card fees. So that's 1.7 million brought in. It's about another 4,000 that we're paying on that. So it is quite a savings, but it's amazing to think that previously we were paying 33 plus credit card fees, approximately $40,000. So it's expensive. No matter what, it's expensive managing these spaces and doing that, but it's good to see that we are reducing the costs quite a bit to take that upon us. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the briefing, sir. Just a quick question. Why specifically this company and not Park Mobile or some of the others that will provide the infrastructure and all the upfront costs for a percentage of the parking fees? Does this cost out better for us in the long run?
Yeah, so staff did a detailed analysis of the marketplace, and we, for what we need in operations and just a bunch of other factors, we are recommending Flowbird. We've reached out to a variety of different cities, including City of Pasadena, City of Seal Beach, City of Monterey, a bunch of similar cities that have pretty much the exact same tech architecture, so using TurboData, Genetech, Park Mobile, and Flowbird. And it's been highly recommended across those cities, in addition to the staff recommendation. They're just kind of the up-and-coming vendor, you could say, and they're really gaining quite a lot of market share because of what their product can offer. So staff is recommending it based on all those different factors.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Of course.
Appreciate it. Let's bring it back to staff then. Oh, excuse me, let's open the public comments.
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item. If you are joining us via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand to provide comments on item 17D. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
All right, great, thank you. Then now bring it back to council for comments, deliberations, or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to go with the new vendor.
I will second that motion. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have item 17E, informational item on the renaming of the Community Resources Department to Parks and Recreation Department.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. And we'll go ahead and queue up the presentation here. At its September 9th meeting, Councilmember Keegan requested, with support from Mayor Seaman, staff return with the informational item regarding renaming the Community Resources Department to Parks and Recreation. At its November 3rd meeting, the Parks Commission demonstrated their support on the renaming. Formally changing the department's name would require updates across city codes, documents, signage, systems, and branding, including a name change for the commission and for the director of the department. A detailed list of such updates is included on page 3 of the staff report. The change would involve costs for new staff uniforms, estimated about $2,000, and for replacing facility signage, which the cost would be determined after a full inventory and assessment of all the signage across our facilities. And staff would intend to manage these expenses within the current department budget. So I did want to note for council consideration that staff is in support of a department name change, and this concludes this information report.
Thank you. Questions of staff? None? Councilman Jackson? No? Okay. I have a question of staff. This is an information item, and unfortunately, I wish we had 3 people who was in favor of it. We could make this an action item, but what do we do now? We bring this back as an action item if we vote on that, bring it back again, or can we just simply vote on this now?
Jason, did you want to respond to We would need a third vote.
So we have
To
to
bring it
bring,
back,
we have to bring it back. So we're going to vote to bring it back.
No, bring it to Parks and Rec.
No.
Clarify that?
It says it sends, receive and file, renaming. Oh, okay, just send it. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Apologize.
It's an informational item, so we need a third vote to direct act.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, if you want to change it, yeah, you're going to have a third vote to do that.
Yeah.
so
vote.
we could vote now on it, get 3 votes,
We're done.
and it's done? Or do we have to vote on it now with 3 votes to bring it back
Well,
as an action item? That's my
you'd have to
question.
bring it back as an action item because it wasn't, the way it's been agendized, yeah, the information is there, but the public doesn't know that you're going to take action on it.
We could bring it back on consent.
Okay, but we'd have to vote on that now.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, appreciate it. No other questions of staff? No? All right, thank you, Lisa, appreciate it. Let's open the public comment. Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item. If you are joining us via Zoom and would like to provide public comment on item 17E, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, so close public comment, seeing none, and bring it back to council. Comments and deliberations. So I would move that we vote now to bring this back as an action item and put it on the consent calendar?
Yes, I'll second it.
Motion is second. Any comments or deliberation? Madam City Clerk? Oh, yes.
Okay, so you did indicate a desire to do this. Could you explain a little bit more why you support this? I see it's going to cost us to create new stationery, uniforms, change the names of the commissions and all that, but what's the reason, incentive, and otherwise rationale for going ahead with this?
Do you want my
Either you
personal
two.
opinion, or?
Yeah, either of you two.
Well, there's some confusion within the community and visitors and people when they come to the city. The community resources is located in a different building. If it was in our building here, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But it's not in this building, and so people come here because they're not sure what it means. And so by changing the name, I think it will be easier to delineate it to go to the other building, because there's 2 community resources in this building. People come for the building department, but maybe want to go to the parks. I think it will make it easier for visitors, the staff, newcomers to the city, and I think in the long run it will work out better because it more defines the actual operations that go on over there.
Are you done? I would like to give you my personal opinions.
Sure.
And I don't know how long you've been in Hermosa Beach, but I've lived here for 50 years, and I've been in city government for almost 15 years now. And it's always been Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec has its own TV show, for crying out loud. Parks and Rec, that's what they are.
I know, I was on it.
Yeah, good for you. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, well, okay, so it's always been Parks and Rec to me, and I think it should, I don't understand really even when it got changed, but I think it should be Parks and Rec, because that describes it much clearer. This is exactly what they do. All the recreation in this city, the volleyball tournaments and so on, and all the activities that we have in the city, and all the parks, and everything that's included therein. And I think Department of Parks and Recreation is much more appropriate, much clearer, and should be the way it always was and should continue that way. And a minimal cost to change the jerseys or shirts or whatever they have is minimal, and the staff has already said that they could work with that as time goes by. They're going to buy new shirts anyway, and so a certain amount of time it takes for that. So that's pretty.
They don't have to replace them all, I don't think, do we?
Yeah.
Ms. Nichols, can you talk about the expenditure on clothing?
We would certainly do so in a phased approach. We do need to replace our uniforms as time goes on, so it would be within our current expenditure budget. We wouldn't be requesting any additional funds to make the replacement, but we do have one standard uniform across all of our part-time staff.
Perfect. Thank you. So that'd be phased in.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. People want to go to Parks and Recs department, they know to go up there to Parks and Recs. The community resources, right, they might be thinking they're going to the wrong department if they're going there. It's always been community resources. We're changing it to Parks and Recs, just so it's all clear to the public. That's what we're doing. It was community resources. We're changing it to Parks and Recs.
Correct.
Because you kind of said, well, it's always been Parks and Recs, but it hasn't been.
It has always been referred to as Parks and Rec, and recently it's become Community Resources. And at some point, I might add this, we used to have a building department. It said right on the door, building department. Now it's the Department of Community Development.
Yeah.
And this
right.
confuses people
yeah,
sometimes.
it
They go,
does.
where do I go to get a permit? And they go, well, you go to the Community Development. It's very ostentatious title, but it doesn't say what it is, okay? That was that way for about 100 years, and then now it's something else. So I don't want to go around changing the names of everything. This came up, and I feel that this should be this way.
Yeah, it makes sense. I support it.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, no other questions?
Mike, can you add something more to that? 'Cause you sure you
Please do.
Michael, don't you
Yeah,
want to
no,
add
I'd
to that?
Michael, do you
love
want to say it?
Yeah, this is probably
Brevity.
some of the most important business that we're doing. I'm glad
I
glad
totally
we're closing
agree.
out 2025 this way.
Yeah.
Actually, I was surprised when you did the comparable, like the local cities, the wide variety of names. I was like, oh, everyone's Park and Rec. And then I looked at them like, oh, there's actually only a couple that are actually Parks and Recreation. I always figured the library could slide in or out if people are, operating independent libraries. But for something that I assumed was the norm, is clearly not the norm. But if there's support from staff and the commission, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't.
And if we change it, it will be the norm. Everybody else will go that way.
We're tipping the scales.
Here we are, tipping the scales. There you go. All right, so if we're finished with this important business, then we have a motion on the floor?
We did, it's already
Yes,
seconded.
motion is second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's
So
move
we have
on.
to, like, the finance, is that gonna be like the money man now, or money person, or what other departments do we need to change?
Well, maybe
that
building
building
department.
department,
Let's go back to
that's
the building
crazy,
department.
man. Building.
I've always liked it that way.
Building.
And I'm not sure when that changed either, but at any rate, let's move on.
Next we
Item
have
17D, F.
Next, we have item 17G, approve the proposed tree replanting plan for Valley Park and the Green Belt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Back in July of this year, we issued a public notice that there was an urgency to remove about 10 trees in Valley Park to protect public safety. There were a few tree limbs that fell, so we urgently worked to remove those within about a week's time. During those removals, we actually removed 11, and we also worked on doing a much more enhanced evaluation, working with our landscape contractor and our third-party arborist service to really take a deep look to ensure public safety out of an abundance of caution. We found 15 additional trees that required removal. There's a variety of reasons why they need to be removed. We have a lot of incompatible species. A lot of cases we have oversaturation where we have species that don't do well in high turf water conditions like our parks, unsuitable species, overcrowding of trees, and then also some pests and disease issues that ultimately resulted in the demise of these trees. And so they did need to be removed. It is something that does happen. We have got about 1,800 trees citywide that we do care for, so this is a small portion of those. We are proposing to do a 2-to-1 replacement ratio. The Hermosa Beach Municipal Code actually does not have strong guidance for the replacement of trees in public parks. The code only denotes that the replacement is for parkway trees is 2-to-1. However, Public Works typically adheres to the 2-to-1 ratio for some consistency, even though it's not a mandate. We did work with our arborists to select species that will do better in these watering conditions. And we did try to put trees as closely to the locations where the removal sites were, where feasible and practical, and so that we didn't create overcrowding conditions. And so while some trees would go back in Valley Park, we did find a number of locations in the Greenbelt where we did have a lack of trees or where trees had been removed in the past to provide some infill. We did bring our recommendations to both Public Works and now the Parks and Recreation Commission to get feedback from those commissions and the community, and we made some adjustments on our planting plan. While we were proposing 52 new replacement trees, we did have a resident come forward during that process. They're going to donate 6 trees to the city, so the city would only have to purchase 46. I won't go through these in detail, but I'm happy to come back to any slides. But this is our replanting plan that we brought and made some modifications following input from the community and the commissions. This is the replanting plan at Valley Park. Moving down the Greenbelt, there's several locations north of Gould Avenue between Valley and Ardmore. This is moving down near 24th Street. There's several other locations where we're able to find infill trees. And then moving further south along the city, once again, we're trying to find those opportunities where we did have some open locations, but without creating more overcrowding of the tree canopy, but also providing some shade along that pathway. So this is 16th Street. I'm going to quickly flip through. 5th Street. This is down at 2nd Street, and then the last slide is moving down towards Horondo. There's a few more locations, and all the tree species are noted on there by location. So tonight, actually, before I get to that, the removal of these trees, they did cost about $15,000 for the 26 trees that were taken out. That work was accomplished through the Merchants Landscape Contract. That's our landscape contractor and tree care provider. We currently have a $50,000 annualized contingency, and so this took a pretty big chunk out of that contingency that we do rely on for annual as-needed services. The replanting is somewhere in the range of about $20,000 to $40,000 for the replacement. We would bring in a new independent contractor to do that replanting separate from our landscape contract. Overall, the city does have $80,000 budgeted, so we have more than sufficient funds to handle the increased costs for the removals, as well as to take care of the costs for the replacement. So for the recommended action tonight, we are asking for City Council to consider and approve the tree replanting plan as shown. We are also seeking an increase in the annualized spending contingency for the merchant's contract. So as I noted, we spent $15,000. We rely heavily on that $50,000 contingency. We spend it pretty much every year on as-needed landscape services. So we're looking to increase that to $65,000 on an annualized basis. And then also authorize the city manager to approve contract amendments up to that amount going forward. And as I noted, the replanting would be accomplished through already budgeted funds through a one-time contract with a different vendor. So that action doesn't require council input other than the replanting plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions of staff? Excuse me, are there any questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilman
Thank you. Thank you for the brief, Joe. Much appreciated. Hey, is there any room in terms of trees and budget to put some on Hermosa Avenue? We've got a couple little Charlie Brown looking trees, and Hermosa Avenue could certainly use a little beautification and some shade if that fits within this program, or if that's something we need to talk about later.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Jackson. It was actually a comment that we did get during one of the commission meetings. You may be pleased to know that with our Green Streets project that is in partnership with the city of Torrance, which is going to be starting construction sometime in January. That project's going to be installing permeable gutters to help meet our stormwater requirements, but it's also going to be replacing many of the trees, particularly along the median of Hermosa Avenue from Horondo all the way up towards, I believe, 10th Street. So there, I can't remember the exact number. I want to say it's several dozen trees will be coming to Hermosa Avenue. A lot of the ones we have there are in poor condition. There's several tree planters where there are missing trees, and so the goal is to try to infill that as much as we can.
Great. No, I remember that program, and I'm looking forward to that happening. And to the extent we could fill in more, down the entire length of Hermosa Avenue, that'd be great. Because you come down Horondo, and Redondo Beach did a really nice job with their median. And if to the extent we can do something similar, that would really help with the beautification of an area that just looks pretty drabby. So thank you for your efforts. Much appreciated.
Any other comments or questions then? Seeing none? Thank you, Joe, for your report. Appreciate it. Very good job. Madam City Clerk, can we go to public comment?
Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards for this item, and we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, then I'll close this public comment and move on to council comments and deliberation. Is there any? Or perhaps a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation for the proposed tree planting.
I'll second that. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 17H, purchase of vehicles for the city fleet.
This will be presented by Joe Sanclemente.
Hello again.
Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you. So we have 3 vehicles for consideration tonight that need to be replaced. While we load up the slides, there are 2 for the Public Works Department and also 1 for the Police Department. We have a very old, 23-year-old bucket truck. It's definitely near the end of its useful life. We're facing more increased costs every year to maintain the certifications required to operate this safely. We have a 2019 Ford pickup truck on our operations and maintenance team that was in a crash and does need replacement, and we have a 2014 Ford Explorer. This was actually on the replacement schedule for this or next year, but it was also in a crash and now needs more urgent replacement. So we are looking to replace all 3. I'm going to quickly go through the procurement options for each of the vehicles. The first is our bucket truck. We did propose $310,000. This is a costly item, but we did find it for cheaper than what we had budgeted for the FY 25-26 budget, coming in at about $286,000, and we are proposing to purchase that through a cooperative purchase program agreement. They do have the vehicle available and ready at that price. Moving on to the Ford F-250 replacement vehicle. This one gets a little bit more tricky in terms of availability. We are still seeing some difficulty finding various vehicles. You got to be able to get them quickly, as we've explained in the past. So we are looking for some purchasing flexibility for this vehicle. We did search several cooperative purchase agreements, and we're actually seeing them come in at $71,000. Typically, the co-op purchase agreements are usually the most competitive, but in this case, we did a little extra research, and we found one at South Bay 4 that came in at a more competitive price. We are looking for the flexibility to purchase sole source from a dealership, should it still be available following tonight's approval. We asked them to hold it, but there's no guarantee that it's still going to be there. So we are looking for a purchase authority up to $7,500, either sole source from the dealership or through the cooperative purchase agreement. Of course, our hope is that we can still get it from South Bay Ford at this, I'm going to call it the bargain price, which is definitely the most competitive. We will be getting an insurance reimbursement that will cover more than half of that cost. That's still pending from the insurer. Moving on to the police vehicle, the 2014, we have not been able to find this through any cooperative purchase agreements. It is just simply not available due to high demand. We're looking to get a Toyota Sienna hybrid. We did find one at a local Manhattan Beach Toyota dealership. They currently have it, but once again, we're also seeking that flexibility should it no longer be available tomorrow when we go to try to purchase it, pending council authority, of course. And that one is also still pending reimbursement, so we will be getting a portion of that cost back from the insurer. So with that, last slide here is just our recommended actions that are in the staff report. I'm happy to discuss any of them. Overall, it's really, once again, getting flexibility to purchase these 3 vehicles as they come available. There is some appropriation of funds that are required to shift funds around from various accounts, but other than that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Joe. I have a couple quick questions. Clearly, the Toyota Sienna XLE hybrid, it's a hybrid. Is there a reason why it's a hybrid? Is that the model of choice for the police department because of its, it could go either gas or electric, and depending on what situation you're in, You'll never run out of gas and probably never run out of electricity either because you can go either way. Is that why we're doing that?
Right. Yeah, they looked at a variety of vehicles, and so they felt that this is the one that best suited their need for the Detective Bureau. But we did consider the various vehicles that are out there. We didn't feel that electric was good for this choice. We have a number of electric vehicles, which we're still working on getting in the groove of how to charge these throughout the day. So I think right now we're looking for either gas or hybrid for additional vehicles.
Well, for any vehicles, we're looking for hybrids.
Where possible.
Where possible. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to get at. Are we buying these cars because they're hybrids or because they're EVs or partially EVs because of some environmental concern or because of the cost? Are they cheaper? Are they better? Do they last longer? Are they more efficient, more adaptable to, in this case, police things? I'm curious as to why we're making these choices. Are any of the other cars EV? The truck, for instance, the Ford F-250, they make them electric. No, they don't make them electric, do they? That one's a gas-powered car? Truck, excuse me.
The bucket truck is gas. We strongly don't recommend electric for the bucket truck because it needs to be ready to go 24/7. And we haven't found anything on the market that's even suitable. We did have to get clearance from the state to purchase that vehicle because there are requirements for heavier vehicles, but we were able to get approval to buy gas powered for that vehicle. So vehicles over a certain weight do have to go through a different process than just regular vehicles. The pickup truck also for the PDW did also we had to show through AQMD that it met certain clean vehicle requirements, but it is a gas powered vehicle.
Okay. And that's because we're a municipality buying it? Why do we have to go through a special AQMD?
I believe it's state law right now for heavy vehicles. There might even be some federal direction on it, but I know vehicles that are over a certain weight class, they are pushing for all EV on these vehicles phased over time. This is something that's happened in the last couple of years, but we did have a credit available where we had made another purchase in the past that allowed us to go for gas for the bucket truck.
Yeah.
There were some other exemptions that we could meet, but overall, we were able to get clearance to get it.
Okay. Is the bucket truck, where the old one, is it at all serviceable or operational right now?
It works, but we have to get it certified each year for safe operation, and we're seeing the repairs are going up every year to keep it running. So I'd say the costs are going to start to outweigh its value. So it's definitely near the end of the road.
Can it be sold?
We typically auction all of our vehicles off, so that would be our intent. We wouldn't give it away.
Do you just take them to some auction house, wholesale, take them all out there, and when they auction them off, and whatever they get for them, they give us a percentage of it, I guess?
Yeah, that's correct. And we do get some value depending on what it is, but all of our equipment, vehicles is typically auctioned off.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Anyone have any questions? No, seeing none, then we'll close the questions and comments.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was slow to my mute button. Just one quick question.
Yes.
Joe, why are we moving from an SUV to a van?
A van?
That's the Sienna Hybrid is a van.
So
from a Ford Explorer to a Sienna Hybrid.
They heard how much you like yours.
Yeah, that was. I don't know if the.
I gave you a good deal on mine. It's only got 70,000 miles.
Yeah, the chief is not here right now, but my understanding is that they looked holistically at the vehicles they had and to suit the current need that they had, and they felt that this was a better vehicle for whatever reason for the Detective Bureau. So I think it was their choice to select that vehicle, and they felt it was a better fit.
Right. These aren't pursuit vehicles.
No. Correct.
And this is for detective use? No, not.
Correct.
It is?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So you could possibly put perpetrators in the back? Okay.
Unlikely.
All right, let's move off that. All right,
Thank you.
any other questions? Thank you, Councilman
Take them
Jackson.
to Disneyland?
No, I just want to know. Just curious. Okay, no other questions? Then do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. What did we do?
We want to ask you if anyone wants to talk about
We
it.
do have one virtual hand
We did have-
raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we called for public, that's right. I apologize. Public comment.
Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. The one thing I want to say is I'm really happy that we're moving beyond the days where Justin Massey and Suja wanted to pick vehicles for the police department, for the maintenance department. You know, thank God they're not, thank God we have Robert Fortunato and Dempsey Nelson are gone. I'm going to take the word of a police department. I'm going to take the word of Joe San Clemente over these lunatics that are, thank God they're gone. So I don't know why we need a hybrid. I don't know. Maybe it's the best. If Joe says it's the best, I'm going to trust Joe. I don't want to, just thank God the city is finally moving in the right direction. We've got a good chief of police. We got a good city manager. We got a good council. And, I think it shows, in the public now knows this city is finally, after, gosh almighty, almost 10 years on the right track. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
All right, so now I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation or a motion.
I'll make a motion for the purchase of the Sienna van.
Just the one?
And, oh, sorry, and the other vehicle, excuse me. Both vehicles.
Staff recommendation?
Full staff
is that what you're-
recommendation.
Full staff
There you go.
recommendation.
Let's call it that, shall we? Okay.
Second.
Good, second. All right, Madam
Mark that
City
up
Clerk.
pretty good.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. And
Next, we
let's-
have the highlight of the night, City Council Committee reorg, December 2025. Okay, so for tonight, this is our annual reorg. I believe the last major one we had was in January. Okay. So on an annual basis, the city reviews and reorganizes its committees and subcommittees in addition to modifying or confirming appointments. We ask that tonight you also review your subcommittees for possible modifications. Next slide. So we'll go through the committee list that's effective and current as of October 14th, 2025. And you can either confirm who is the current delegate and or alternate, or make a modification as you see fit. And if you'd like, we can just go through page by page and you can just read out loud or state if there are any modifications.
All right, so should we do that now or go through?
We can go to public comment if you'd like.
Yeah,
And we can just kind of quickly go through it and then
Yeah.
come back and revisit these slides.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's go to public comment first.
All right, so with that, if there is any public comment related to the committee list, item 17I, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We do not have any speaker cards and we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, great, thank you. So then we will come back to council comments and deliberation. Where do we start?
We can start with Beach Cities Health District. If there are no changes to this page, you can just say so, and then we can move on to the next one.
Okay. Any changes for Beach City Health District? No? Okay, let's move on then to California Contract Cities. Any changes to there? Any nominations?
Ray's doing a great job.
Okay, let's let that go. California Joint Powers Insurance Authority.
You're doing a great job, Ray, or Rob.
Thank you. I'd like to stay there also. Clean Power Alliance Board.
Ray's doing a great job, too.
I think at last
And
choice,
Doug.
no one else was interested in it, so well, let's leave it at that. Hermosa Beach Sister Cities Association. I would like to stay there with that. You're all right with alternate?
Sure.
You stay there? No questions, okay. Independent Cities Association, Jackson with an alternate of Seaman.
Can we kick him off since he's president? I'm kidding.
I'll second that.
I'm kidding.
Wait, easy now.
What happened in Manhattan Beach and Montgomery stayed on after he left.
Yeah.
Just kidding, Ray. Mr. President.
Yeah, let's,
I
if
serve
no,
at the pleasure of the people in the council, so.
all right, the KHHR Communities Network Committee. Francois and Keegan,
Phenomenal job.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Let her rip.
I don't think it ever meets.
The League of California Cities, the LA County Division. Francois and Seaman. I'm okay with that the way it is. Any other problems, questions? No? Los Angeles County City Selection Committee, that's me. I'm okay with that, if anybody else is. The Los Angeles County West Vector,
Jim is
Vector
awesome
Corn.
at
Jim's
that.
doing a great job. I've known Jim for many years. He's good at that. Let's leave that alone. The Los Angeles International Airport Community Noise Roundtable. Seaman Francois, any questions there? Okay. South Bay City Council of Governments, the COG. I would like to be the delegate for that if it's agreeable to the rest of the council.
Well, I talked with you earlier, and I want to be a delegate on that, so I don't know, we got a little
Ray,
competition.
do you want
let's
to
have-
stay on? Or are we going to do like an arm wrestle here?
Yeah,
No, I would like to stay on. I am the second vice chair and in line to be the chair, and Hermosa Beach has never had a vice chair or a chair on the COG, so I would like to stay in the current position.
Well, okay, so there's three of us who want that job. What do we do? Have a,
I mean, I've been to many of the COG meetings.
What's that?
Rock, paper, scissors?
Yep.
I'll do that. I'm for rock, paper, scissors.
You know,
You can have as many alternates as you want.
I'll make a motion to make Mayor Seaman the delegate.
All right, well, I'll second that, and then let's go through this the way
I'll
we usually
do
do.
substitute for keeping Ray on there, and you guys can fight over the alternate. I think it's pretty great that Councilmember Jackson has stepped into a leadership role, and hopefully we continue that through. I think that's something we should honor.
Can he not continue with those positions if he's not the delegate?
I don't know.
I would argue that Ray's on more committees than anyone else and ones that are more active. So we ought to share some of this, this stuff instead of, one person going to all the high-profile events and others getting kind of the second plates. So,
Well, you haven't been around to understand that no one stepped up to these positions before, and that I have been a valuable member of this committee as well as the others. If there's something else you want, then we can certainly have a discussion. But, at the end of the day, you guys vote as you so choose. But you can have as many alternates as you want. Anyone can attend these meetings.
I just want to make a point. I've been around for 40 years in this community, so I'm very aware of our COG representation, so.
All right.
I share the sentiment of Councilmember Keegan, but that's why I believe I should be the COG delegate. I have been involved in a lot of the issues regionally, homeless housing, public safety. There's a lot of things that this COG can do and help out the city with opportunities that we have and transportation needs. And I just think that I can be a better representative on the COG, and that's why I believe I should be the delegate, so.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we have a alternate motion?
Now, we have a substitute motion on the floor by
Substitute
Mr.
motion
Detoy.
with a second?
And a second.
What's the substitute motion?
Ray stays on.
That Ray stays on. Let's take the substitute
Well,
motion
I'm going to make a
first.
substitute to the substitute that
Well-
I'd be on. No, you can do that. That's
can.
how it
All right.
works, man.
Go ahead.
Substitute to the substitute motion that I be the delegate on the COG.
Is there a second? Fails without a second. So let's go to the substitute motion. Madam City Clerk.
I'd like to modify my substitute motion that Ray is the delegate and Councilmember Francois would be the alternate.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
We already have a second. Is that a friendly to have council member?
All you're getting is you're kicking me out. You know that.
All right, so where are we here? We have a substitute motion and a second, right? Anything added to that? You say you want to change it? No?
Well, I just modified it to change names, but if what Ray is saying is true, we can have unlimited alternates, and if everyone wants to be an alternate to South Bay Council of Governments, we can.
Only one person gets to vote.
So we have a alternate motion on the floor.
So I guess,
And
Mike,
anyone
what you're
can
saying
attend the
is that
meetings.
Oh,
anyone-
please, let's not all just jump in at one time. So we have a motion on the floor, and then we have a substitute motion on the floor. And you want to make an alteration to the
Well,
substitute
again,
motion?
if everyone wants to go to South
Can we
Bay,
we need to vote on one thing or another,
Council
one
of
at a time, and we'll
Governments.
see how it works out.
correct, we can have multiple alternates. So if
All right?
Councilmember Francois wants to be an alternate, then add his name on there.
So
That is-
I think that is the motion that's on it, is Jackson's on and
And add
Francois
Councilmember Francois as
as
an
an alternate. Yeah, and
And
that
if-
was seconded. So
if-
that was a motion and
And
a
that's the
second.
alteration to the second.
But if Councilmember Keegan and the mayor want to stay on, or also want to be alternates, then let it,
Well, so we could basically pick as many alternates as we want. What we're really trying to do is figure out who's going to be the delegate,
That's correct.
essentially.
Yeah.
So your motion is to keep Jackson as a delegate.
And then let's worry about alternates afterward. How's that?
Yeah.
You agree to that?
Sure.
All right. All right, so the motion on the floor that we're going to vote on first is to keep Jackson as the delegate. Madam City Clerk, call it.
Councilmember Francois,
No.
Councilmember Keegan,
No.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
I,
and then Mayor Seaman.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
All right, now back to this other motion we had, the first motion we had. Madam City Clerk, do you want to clarify that? The first motion was?
What motion?
The original motion.
The
we're at.
original motion we had.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we read that so we're clear on it?
Yes. Motion maker, you want to read it?
The motion that I have is from Councilmember Keegan.
Just want to make that one sure it's me.
So that Councilmember Keegan is the delegate, correct?
No, Councilmember Seaman is the delegate.
Seaman, okay.
And I seconded it. All right, Madam City Clerk, call the question, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
nope.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. And then the alternate stays Keegan.
No,
Any-
we can put more alternates on there.
All
I thought
right,
that's what
let's
we were
talk
going to
about
do.
alternates. Sure.
I nominate Dean Francois as the alternate.
I'll second that.
Okay, Madam City Clerk. Oh, excuse
Again,
me.
if, I know Councilmember Keegan was an alternate, if everyone wants to be on there, I have no interest in being on there, but if the other three want to be on, if all three of them want to
I'd
be able
rather
to
not
go.
dilute the delegate position and just leave it as Dean, so that's what I'm doing.
So you were an alternate. Did you serve much when the delegate wasn't there? or-
Well, the delegate never contacted me if he missed a meeting, so I'm not sure. I don't know what the attendance record was of our delegate.
Okay, I guess we should have delegates contact the city clerk when they can't make meetings then. So
I make every meeting, and if I don't, the clerk Ann would know, so.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, were you done, Councilman Jackson?
I was done, yes, thank you.
No, no problem. I apologize. We have a motion on the floor for Francois to be the alternate. Is that correct?
Yep.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Nope.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries. So our new delegate would be Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
And our alternate would be Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
The next one is the steering committee, which would be the same. And then we have the South Bay City Sanitation District, which is typically the mayor as a delegate.
Yeah, and I'd like to stay there. And Francois is alternate's fine with me. There is no other discussion. We'll move on from that one. Southern California Association of Governments. Delegate is Jackson.
Keep it?
You can have that one, Keegan. I know you wanted to do something, so there you go.
Is that a
I'm
motion?
happy. I'm happy to,
No,
I'm happy to give that one up.
No need. You can keep it.
And so are you, do you want to resign yourself from that, Councilman
Yeah,
Jackson?
it's certainly, here's an opportunity for somebody else to excel. So yes, I would happily step aside.
All right. Is there anyone who would like that job?
We could keep it vacant and come back. I hadn't thought about it. I'd love to look more into it.
Well, how about you, Detoy? You want to jump in here somewhere? Are you on any of these? I mean, you are alternate here and there, but are you, want to take this job? It meets annually.
I will serve at the pleasure of the community. Again, working full-time and having a young family and working wife, I have chosen to be also sitting on a much larger statewide board. Again, if other people want to serve in these, I will gladly.
Well, as I said in The Godfather, this is the life that we've chosen.
I nominate Dean Francois.
You nominate Dean Francois. Okay, fine. Is there a second?
I'll second myself, I
Do we,
guess.
do we need formal votes for all these, or just common
No?
consensus?
Okay. All right, so if we don't need a formal vote for that, then we'll have Dean Francois as the delegate, and there is no
How'd that happen?
alternate.
No vote?
If you accept and there's
all
no
agree?
other.
All right.
We all agree? That's okay?
There's no alternate candidate.
All right. Watershed Advisory Committee of Santa Monica Bay, Delegate Francois, alternate Seaman. Is there any problem with that? No? All agreement? Can we leave that one alone? The West Basin Water Association, the Delegate Keegan and alternate Detoy.
Leave it alone.
Leave that alone? No problems? Okay, let's move on. And is that the end of our list?
That's it.
Oh, wait, we have considered the immediate decommissioning of the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail Renaming Subcommittee. Of course, that's completed, so I agree.
We need a motion for that?
No, I don't think. Do we?
So, yes, if you can just provide direction to decommission. This is what staff is recommending, that City Council consider decommissioning these two subcommittees. And if there's a consensus for that, then we will remove them from the committee list.
Okay. So let's provide direction to.
Make a motion to remove those committees as per the.
Yeah.
The,
Both of them or
recommended.
just the one? Let's
Both.
go one by one.
Both.
I second that.
Okay, the self-storage lease, before we continue with that, self-storage lease subcommittee is made up of?
Mike and Mike.
Mike and Mike? Okay.
Yeah.
Mostly Michael.
I don't think we need to meet till we get some redevelopment, and I don't think we need to meet. We can, if we're needed, we'll
Do
reconvene.
we want to
Yeah, we'll get rid of it.
decommission this?
Yeah,
or-
we'll decommission, and if we
decommission.
need to recommission it, we will.
The other one I was going to
Okay.
say, Mr. Mayor, is the joint use park amenities. We have not met since the last election. And Todd, I don't think Todd's going to be meeting with us.
So
No,
just to clarify, we have a motion and a second to decommission the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail renaming and the self-storage?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to add a friendly amendment to add in the joint use park amenities. We have not met.
So agreed.
Okay, I agree.
Isn't there still something in the works, though, of working with Redondo and coming up with a pool? Wasn't that part of it?
Yeah, but it's been so long, there's been no action.
What's that?
They pivoted to pickleball on that site, last I heard.
Oh.
Yeah.
And again, Todd is
I
named as
think
the
it's
other
been
one.
well over a year or more.
But that was possibly a pool, right? A joint pool with the two cities? and
There was
that's
talk about
Totally
that.
out?
Yes.
Met in a year.
Okay.
It's
All
been
right.
well over a year, and there's been no action whatsoever.
So
So
let's vote.
I would agree with including that. All right, Madam City Clerk,
And, okay,
to decommission all three.
So there's three.
Okay, so we have three right now.
Yes.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, consider future decommission date for the Downtown Lighting and Beautification Subcommittee. Quick reminder, who's on that?
If we could just touch on the Downtown Lighting and Beautification Subcommittee first, if you would like to consider a decommission future date.
I have some questions on that.
Go ahead, please.
Have we allocated money for downtown lighting and beautification? Was it something like $500,000?
Yes.
For the lighting?
Yeah, for
We have beautification, we have 100,000 set aside.
100,000.
100,000 set aside for beautification for the subcommittee. My understanding when it was adopted, while there was discussion about focusing on the downtown, that it was citywide, and that it would be at the discretion of the subcommittee to come back with a recommendation as to what the beautification projects would entail.
So why are we considering decommission? What's the status of that? Mike, you?
Oh, we're just getting dates to first meet. This is what Madam City Clerk was saying. We need to get a date to decommission it.
And we
So,
can revisit that the next time
in
that we.
2027. But with all these subcommittees, they need to have a date of decommission.
I'd
Oh, so
suggest,
you're looking to continue the committee, just come up with a new
We haven't even had our
decommission
first
date.
meeting yet. Right.
okay, well, I'll make a motion to decommission this at the end of '27.
I'll second that.
So that way it'll be reviewed at the end of the year.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this committee will continue then?
Yes.
Okay, I was interested
have
in being
no
on it
desi-
if it was going to
I have
be
no desire
decommissioned. but-
to decommission it at
That's
all.
seconded, we're ready.
Right. Motion is second.
Okay, Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
I,
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
So the members are Councilmember Detoy and Councilmember Jackson. Are we moving forward with it, or what are we doing with this? I mean,
we just scheduled our first meeting dates. Allison emailed them out to Ray and I. So we have not met yet. We'll see what staff has come up with.
okay, I mean, I don't know I mean, I'd be interested in being in that subcommittee if you've got a problem with either of you two members not being on it, or, you know, I'd like to get moving on that. I think it's time we do, but,
Are there any people from the public on that subcommittee? No, just two, Councilman. Well, all right, so we've set a decommission date for it. Let's move on from it, and we can bring it back if you want to and discuss it. Consider extending or decommissioning Finance Subcommittee. We've already done the Joint Use Park amenities. The Joint Subcommittee to explore the roles and responsibilities of the Public Works Commission. I'm still in favor of decommissioning the Joint Subcommittee on the Public Works Commission.
Doing great work, though.
I know, it's really good. I don't see any reason, I've said this 3 times now. So, if there's no support for that, I will continue to serve at the pleasure of the public, but I would just soon decommission it. The Finance Committee, anybody have any problem with that, or desire to do anything with it, or leave it alone?
I would like to, get the city manager's
We would
thoughts on it.
Well, we would definitely like to continue it. In fact, we have an upcoming meeting to go over the fee, potential fee increases from the fee study that we have, and both the members have been provided that, and so we're going to get together and talk about that. It is an ongoing committee that is active.
Okay.
that's a finance committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joint Use Parks, we've done already, then Joint Subcommittee. Is
we
there
do-
any support for decommissioning that?
We do need to, I think, extend the decommission date of the Finance Subcommittee by a year or two, because it says end of this year.
Yeah, it's at the discretion of the city council, but typically there is a decommission date for all subcommittees. So if this is a
Unless-
standing.
We could make it a permanent subcommittee. Is that essentially what we want to do with this committee? We really need it
We had
all
this
year.
conversation last time. I think a permanent one, though, becomes a Brown
Brown Act.
Act.
I agree.
Correct.
Let's not.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to have the target date extended till December 31st, December 1st of '25, because I think we should do it before the end of the year. 27, I mean, 27.
It's in the past.
Yeah,
For the
27.
Finance Subcommittee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All
that,
December
right.
1st
And the
of
Joint
27.
Subcommittee to explore the roles and responsibilities of the Public Works Commission?
yeah, so decommission date, I'm sorry, won't be December 1st. I want to amend that to December 20th.
Decommission date should be tomorrow.
Well, we can do
Of
that.
twen- of
Which
20
one
of
are we
20
talking about?
December 20th of 2027.
For the
For what?
finance
Both, and the joint use,
and joint use.
both.
Okay.
The joint use part.
We voted to decommission already.
Yeah,
Parks Amenities
I thought you already
Subcommittee is
voted on
already
that.
gone.
Oh, we did? Okay, we got rid of that one? Okay.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
can I, excuse me, let's, go back
I
to
got the finance then, amended to be only the finance. Finance Committee
has a
expiration
end date.
date is
Yeah.
December 20th of
Right.
2027.
And the Subcommittee on Public Works Commission,
You want to decommission that today?
I would like,
Okay,
today
we
would
can
be a
do that.
great day.
We can
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Have you guys
Is there
met yet?
agreement on that? No. No, we have
Do you
not.
have plans to meet yet?
No, we have not. Not yet?
Okay,
The future, the future is bright.
So the motion's been made, it's been seconded.
What motion?
To get rid of it.
Yeah.
He made it.
Yeah, I did not, but I will. Yes,
Oh,
okay, I will.
Make it
Yeah,
then, Mayor.
I move that we decommission the subcommittee in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, I second it.
Just to clarify, the Public Works.
Public Works Commission,
Yes.
yes, thank you.
Call the question.
So
That's okay.
And this is without.
Yeah.
So I had a motion from Keegan, and then I had a second from Francois, and then I had a motion from Seaman.
So it goes back, it's Siemens' motion, and I seconded it. It's to get,
Okay.
to end the subcommittee for Public Works.
Right, responsibilities of Public Works.
It's for both, right?
And then
The
put a
finance-
sunset on the finance.
The finance is sunset, and
Finance
then.
is separate.
So it's.
Are we
one
voting
motion
on
for
them
both?
separately, or there's one?
We already voted on finance.
It's done, right, okay, so we're done.
We voted on the finance?
Yep.
Yeah, we did.
On the finance subcommittee,
Extending it to 27.
Oh,
yeah, we did that.
no, we
We
didn't.
did do
didn't?
that.
No,
What, want to do it right now?
yeah.
All right, so there's two motions, so let's do the finance subcommittee first. I thought we did that.
I thought we did.
We want to, the
Yes, extend to 12/20/2027.
2027, yes.
And the motion is from Councilmember Keegan, and then it's a second from
Yes.
Seaman.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
All right.
Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, now, joint subcommittee to explore the roles and responsibilities of the Public Works Commission to be decommissioned immediately,
Seconded.
and that's seconded. So, Madam City Clerk.
I have a motion from Keegan, a motion from Seaman, a second from Keegan to decommission immediately the Public Works Commission Subcommittee. Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
No.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and let's move on to future agenda items. I will make the first motion for a future agenda item that
If we could please just
sorry.
adopt the resolution to reflect.
I'm sorry?
To reflect the delegate and the alternate, the resolution for the COG. That would be great, because I know that we took separate motions to appoint the delegate and then another one to appoint the alternate, but we need one for the resolution. So if we could make the staff recommendation and follow that.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
I'll make
I
a
don't know. I
motion
don't understand
to,
what's going on.
Did we not agree on the,
We did, but we need one
we need
vote
one, yeah,
for the
I'll
resolution.
make that. We'll
Oh, for
make
the
a
whole
motion.
okay.
I'll make a motion for the COG delegates to be Seaman and Francois.
and I'll second that.
Okay. And can the motion also include just all the changes that we discussed throughout the meeting? Okay,
Affirmative.
sounds good.
Affirmative.
So Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Sorry,
Keegan.
Councilmember Keegan? Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
No.
Mayor Seaman?
Yes?
Motion carries.
All right. All right, thank you. Madam City Clerk, are we complete then? We're okay? Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to future agenda items. I would like to propose as a future agenda item to bring to council specifically a discussion about the contract officers that was discussed in the safety forum that we had, and I would like to bring that back and have a discussion on that. I would really like to have support for 3, so it'd be an action item, so that we can move forward on it, to have a good report explaining the cost of it, there's a lot of curiosity in the city that, well, how much does it cost, and can we really do it or not? And so I'd like to answer all those questions by bringing it to a city council meeting where we can have a full report and an action item. So I would request
Mr. Mayor?
3. I'm looking for support.
Would you want to sign your name on to the one from October 28th that said, assessment of cost, staffing, operational requirements for PD to establish more consistent visible presence along the Strand, beach, and parks, designated officers focused on visibility, proactive
No.
engagement, education,
Yeah.
enforcement?
No.
What's part of that? What's part of that item?
I don't know what that is, and this is not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm
Well,
talking
exactly
about
what
the-
you're talking about.
Huh?
This is exactly what you're talking about.
It's not. It's different, because I want to talk about the contract officers, period, not whatever that is, okay?
What's included in that whole
Well, then you can
subject
make a motion
area?
if you like. This is my future agenda item that I'm proposing. I would like to see at least 3 people to help.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. A discussion on the contract officers,
That's all.
period.
Is it clear, Mr. City Manager, that that discussion can be made as part of that future agenda item we already have in place?
I would go back and look at that, but my understanding of that previous item was that it was more pointed to the police and what they would do with their current resources, not additional resources, which the mayor.
No, that's not the case, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager.
Okay.
I made the motion. I specifically asked for what would the PD require in terms of staffing and money to provide us a more persistent presence on the Strand, on the beach, and at our parks, just as Mayor Pro Tem read. That was done in October. So we are already moving forward with that future agenda item. I don't necessarily see a distinction between that and what we're asking for now.
I see that as a much broader point of view, a much broader request about the entire police presence on the, whatever the wording was. This is specifically about the contract officers that was brought up at the safety forum. And I'm asking for support to bring it up in city council as an agenda item. And I appreciate what you're talking about, but that's a different item as far as I'm concerned. It's not what I'm interested in bringing forward. So I will continue to ask for support. I would like 3 people so we can get a serious report, a full report about costs and feasibility. And let's answer those questions that everybody has about, well, what really is it going to be? And well, how can you do that? And so on and so forth.
Well, the police department stated they're fully staffed, and
They
they're
did
coming
not.
back with a report to tell us how they're going to take the resources we have and do something with our sworn officers, so.
This is not about sworn officers. This is about contract officers.
I know.
Okay. If you were at the safety forum, did you hear what? the
There wasn't
discussion was
much
about?
discussion, and.
There was a great amount of discussion.
Well, okay.
Well, you can vote any way you like, okay? That's up to you.
I'm not voting on this, no.
Well, good for you.
I'm not supporting this.
Okay. All right, well, that's my motion, and I have
It's an
support
informational
from
item.
one. Is there any other support? Nope. All right, then. It's a information item.
Mr. Mayor?
Anyone else?
I was just seeing if any other council members would support Ray's original one from the 28th for a more holistic look, because that is currently an info item with just myself and Councilmember Jackson supporting it.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, are you pulling this off the list of future agenda items? Could you find it for me? Is it here?
It's the second to last one on the future agenda items,
On which page?
the last one.
Second to last? Here it is. Assessment of cost, staffing, operational for PD to establish. So it's an information item, and you're suggesting if a third person wants to add it on as an action item, what would that entail?
That if coming up on mid-year budget review, we could, if we already have a good idea probably of if we're above or below our budget, And if there's extra costs, we could actually approve something that night versus getting an info item. I think that's exactly what Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor was
the
also
only
saying.
thing is that even if it's an info item, we can provide direction and guidance for the police department in establishing this presence without actually taking an action. Isn't that correct, Mr. City Manager? If this is an information item, if we discuss it, we talk about what the police can and can't do and how they can, I mean, that can be a discussion, and then the police can make decisions of taking action on their own without the city council doesn't need to take action to direct the police department to do things. Right?
Depends on what it is.
Yeah.
It depends on it depends on if you're talking about certainly something that involves more money. And certainly things that,
Right.
if you're giving direction to deployment or additional officers and overtime, all those things would need council direction.
But for example, in Manhattan Beach last year, when you were still on the city council, this was brought up, and it wasn't agendized, as I understand it. It was just brought up with a discussion amongst council members, and the police department took it upon their own initiative to go out there and enforce e-bikes better, and it worked. So that's the kind of,
Well,
I'm looking
again,
at that
I'm being-
scenario and going back like, why
Well,
can't that happen
again,
here?
if I'm being asked my opinion, or if you're telling me what happened, I mean, I would not characterize it that way, no.
I mean, I even recall a quote in the newspaper that you were quoted on, and I don't know. So I'm just curious, this information or action, I don't know. I kind of I like the item. I like where it is. I think that we can get somewhere with that item.
If you frame it that if you're having a discussion, they have an idea of what your thoughts are, but it's not direction. Okay, so they would have an idea, and then they can do whatever they need to do, understanding your position on things.
Yeah,
That's
but
not
the council
it's not
doesn't give
direction.
direction to the police department. We would authorize money if they needed more money to do something. We don't give direction to the police chief. He works
Correct.
for the city manager.
Correct.
So,
That's why I'm saying if you frame it as giving information so that they know what your thoughts are, you're not giving direction because that's
right,
through the city.
and that can happen as an information item only. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you're not taking any
We're not
action.
prohibited, when it's an information item, to give our viewpoints of what we think can be done. So, I'm happy with as an information item.
Right, and that's fine. I mean, sometimes staff does hear 5 different points of direction from council.
Yes,
So,
understandable.
If you're going to do a unified majority, that we're going to take and your expectations are we're going to spend money or like I said, include overtime, additional overtime or something like that, and I
Yeah,
think we'd
okay.
appreciate the direction rather than hear later, what did you do, why did you spend this money on overtime?
Okay, thank you.
Holistically, Mr. Mayor, I think we need to have a look at their pending future agenda items and toss them, prioritize them.
You're suggesting we do that tonight?
I'm not saying tonight, but I think we do need to have some time because I think some of these have already been accomplished.
I agree. We left
Some of
staff.
them, I don't know if you still want to do it. And by you, I mean all of us.
Maybe staff could come back next time.
Maybe
with,
staff can filter
like
out
the
the ones that have already
recommendation
been
on
completed.
Yeah, I
what
mean,
to
And then
remove.
bring us the rest of them.
The
How's
TID
that
has
sound?
come and gone,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I want to prioritize the best practices of undergrounding and copy what our neighbors in the north did, so. There's a
You
lot
want to
of,
make that a future agenda item to?
to talk about future agenda items?
Yeah. Why not?
That
Well,
is
what you're
government at
saying.
its best.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and I think before we bother just to go through all 90 of them and, start from scratch, why don't we let staff filter out the ones that have already been completed, and then bring the rest of us back to them with some information and updates and so on, and we can wade through them all and make a decision.
Well, now that's direction. So you've crossed it.
Well,
You've crossed in a direction now,
All
so
we're doing here
City
is-
manager
is,
can
uh,
just tell us he'll
deliberating.
do it, that's fine.
So.
I'm
we're-
okay with.
Right now, we're on future agenda item suggestions. Does anybody have any?
Yeah, I do.
All right, well, hold on a second. Do you want to make such a
No, I mean, this is on our agenda every single time. I just think if we can have staff go through it next month, get rid of some of them, and if, have a conversation, all of us do our homework.
Yeah.
We'll have a month,
I am sure staff will be happy to get rid of some of these.
and then we can kind of vote on those from there.
So we need not vote on that. Let's just call that direction to staff to filter through all of the future agenda items that we have in this list.
Sure.
And eliminate the ones that have already been completed, and give us a little quick update on each one about where it is and what we can do and so on, and then we'll update the whole list at a future agenda.
Everyone's in agreement.
And we're all in agreement in that. Mr. Jackson, are you in agreement in that also? There you go.
Sure.
5-0. Okay, now, Mr. Francois, what would you like to do?
At the last community forum that I held, there was a lot of discussion about the problems we have with getting state cooperation and helping us out with e-bike regulation and uses, and the fact that the school district, while they've done some great things, maybe they could do more, especially with their voluntary registration and license plates and things like that. And so I'd like to form an ad hoc subcommittee to work with the school district to see if we can come up with some better uses and more usage of the program they have in place right now, and maybe also work with neighboring beach cities to see if we can have some uniformity of our regulations or what else we can do to improve or take any action here as well at the city council level regarding e-bike usage and regulations. So that's my future agenda item. I know that you've kind of expressed an interest in that. If you wanted to volunteer, I'd be happy to work with you on something like that, if that's your desire.
Is there a second to that?
I guess we need at least two to make it an info item.
Well, I guess the question from staff would be, what would the information be if council is talking about putting together a subcommittee among itself to talk to the school district?
My idea, of course, it's open-ended. It can be discussed once we have it on our agenda, right? Because we would put it on a future agenda item.
Sure,
We would
as a
discuss
discussion
more.
item.
But
I'm just asking what you might
right.
need from staff.
For example, if we worked with the school district and found out that they needed some assistance from the city to help out with their voluntary registration program that could help provide more visibility for minors on e-bikes in the city, something like that. It was discussed at our last forum, something along those lines. That we could come back to the council with some recommendations if need be, if we wanted to do anything, and look at other ways to work things out like that.
Well, I don't see any other support for it, so unless there's someone else that wants to join you on that, let's move on.
I'll speak to that. I mean, I think all of our roles is to make the community safe, and all of us have the school board's phone numbers, council members, and I think this is a great COG project, and together our voices are a lot stronger, and that's why I think the COG is the right place, because it is affecting all of our communities, and we're not the only one.
And that's
Well, as far as our
one
school-
reason why I wanted to be a delegate for the COG, because that's very important to me. And I think a lot of the problems we have with the e-bike businesses in the state and the DMV and so on, and I would like to bring that to the COG and press forward on that, so.
Well, is it true that
So there
I'd
is
like-
no other
that's fine.
support for your agenda item. I would like to move on. Do you have any other ones?
Well, I'd like to just ask a question of city manager. If we wanted to help the school district out in creating a license plate program that could be put on all the bicycles that are admitted into voluntarily into the campuses, isn't that something we would have to work out with the school district to find a way to do that and come up with a way to make that work? And then e-bikes can be better identified on the street when they're ridden by minors if they have permission to use the campus.
Can I address that? Well, please,
Well, I was
go
just,
ahead.
I don't want to get into a discussion. That's why I asked the city manager, Because otherwise our city attorney
Well, I
is
mean,
going to say
it's a policy question of council, though.
What's that?
It's a policy question of council. Does a majority of council want to do this and make outreach to the school district to suggest this? I can tell you that there would be issues, obviously, that have been talked about before with just local licensing, because not only are you limiting it to Hermosa Beach, you're limiting it to Hermosa Beach school children. And obviously, we've had issues with folks, youth riding e-bikes who are from outside the city.
Sure.
And we cannot force anyone else to do this licensing thing if it goes forward. But if you want to do it, my suggestion would be to talk to the school district first and see if they are willing participants, and then bring it back. If not, then it's not going to go anywhere anyway.
Okay. Well, that's what I was hoping for the ad hoc committee, but that's fine. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Yes.
I'm looking for support to have Public Works take a look at our current signs on the Strand, our 8-mile-an-hour signs, and some of the other signage that I think are too high. Also, the transition point between the Redondo protected bike lane and our pedestrian-centric Strand. There's no real delineation of 15-mile-an-hour protected bike lane to an 8-mile-an-hour Strand until you're, halfway up or a quite deal of the way up, and you see an 8-mile-an-hour sign that I think is too high. So if staff is able to, or Public Works can take a look at it, I don't even know if it needs to come back to us, but at least looking at some of the signage, and is there something we can do at that key delineation point between Redondo and Hermosa Beach? Because there's nothing that really hits you in the face that says, hey, you are now on a shared Strand that's very pedestrian centric. And then, I'd like staff to come back with a clear outline of available options, if any, for any licensing, registration, or other regulatory tools to help support city safety and compliance.
On the Strand signage, quick question. When you say it's too high, do you see the speed is too high or the sign is too high?
The signs are high. There's no delineation between
Right.
protected bike lane and our pedestrian-centric Strand. And there's a small relative sign that talks about, no powered e-bikes, but it's too busy for anybody to really take notice of. So
Yeah.
I just like, Public Works to take a look at that to see if there's some other viable options that would better promote our safety.
I'd support the Strand signage. Let's have a look at that. So there's.
Yeah, you don't need an agenda item. I mean,
We can.
there's one more sign that can be done at the border. There's one at the first pole you come to, and I guess
I'd like to see a
the big
report.
sign at the border,
I'd like to see a report and a discussion.
I mean, Councilmember Jackson proposed something which is almost what I proposed. Maybe he wants to
Are
be on
you
the
interested
subcommittee
in
with
it?
me. Well, he mentioned
not?
he mentioned the idea of coming back with more registration and licensing in
separate
the
item.
city. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about. So,
That's
It's
excuse
a
me.
different item than
It's
what
a
you
separate
proposed.
item.
well, he just mentioned it.
No, excuse me. Councilman
just
Francois.
mentioned it.
I'm trying to explain to you. We proposed two items as future agenda items. One is signage on the Strand, and another one is state and local and so on about e-bikes.
And that's exactly what I was talking
There
about.
are two items.
And that's the
All
item
right,
I just
and we're
brought up.
discussing the
Your
first one
Your
now.
Honor, if I may, the second item, Councilmember Jackson, if I can clarify, that was, you want to report back on the city's ability to require licensing, registration, et cetera, for e-bikes. You're not looking to put together a subcommittee?
Correct. No I just want to know what options, if any,
Right.
understanding their state regulatory enforcement and licensing, or, you have to be a certain age. So I'm just,
Legal questions, so I'll work with the city attorney on getting that.
thank you.
And I support your idea about the signage on the Strand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can that just be put in an info item at the end of, we don't need an agenda item for that.
Yeah, I just, it can go to Public Works and they can figure it out
Okay.
and brief us at some point. I'm okay with
Fine,
that.
we got two. There's the information item right there.
If you want it, I mean, we can
No, we don't
follow.
need
we
it.
can
Or send
follow
us
up
an
with-
email.
We can follow up with that without bringing it back to council. The signage issue is not something that,
Are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
On the signage?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Then so am I. All right. Anything else?
Yeah.
All right, then. Let's move to adjournment. It is 9:40, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, we have a
Oh, I'm sorry.
city
Excuse me.
manager report.
Ah, yes. Pardon me. Gosh, Steve, I'm just trying to run over your stuff tonight.
I've
I
only got a
apologize.
couple hours here.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, take your
So
time.
a couple things here, holiday closures. Just want to remind everyone that on December 24th and December 31st, City Hall and the Community Center will be open from 7 a.m. to noon on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Both facilities will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. As always, our police and public works teams remain available throughout the holidays. For non-emergency assistance, please call the dedicated police department line at 310-524-2750. Next, past meetings successfully migrated to eScribe. I know everyone's been waiting for this information, at least 2 people in the community were. Next, the city clerk's office has successfully migrated past city council and commission meetings into the city's new agenda management system, eScribe. Past meetings are now accessible on eScribe, found on hermosabeach.gov/agenda. To find past meetings, please click the Past button and select the corresponding year, and a list of all available meetings will populate. Please note that the clerk's office is still quality checking the migrated content to ensure completeness. Staff appreciates the public's patience on this matter. Finally, a homeless update. It's with great pleasure, and nobody knows that better than me, that we announced that one of our most chronic unhoused individuals in the city has been housed as of December 3rd. Staff worked diligently with our partners to find a location and unit that best suited this individual's needs, and we are happy to report that they are thriving in their new environment. Down in San Pedro, staff continues to collaborate with our partners to provide outreach and housing navigation services for those unhoused individuals in our city, but this is a success story that we wanted to share with council. Thank you, Your Honor, that's it.
Thank you very much. I apologize for trying to run past that. Good report. Okay, so now that also does not bring us quite to adjournment yet. There's item number 20, informational items. These are reports for reading only, no action or discussion. So I suppose I should read them to you. There's a section 20.A, Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission minutes are available. And 20B is Public Works Commission minutes. 20C, Los Angeles County Fire and Ambulance Monthly Report for October 2025 through 25 CMO-080. 20D, Parking Citation and Review Report for November 2025. And now, having done that, I would adjourn this meeting now at 9:44. Thank you so much, and good evening.
Happy holidays.